So I'm gonna start with some mapmaker related questions, then about Warcraft 3 champions, balance, and if there's time, some off-topic stuff.
Sure. Will it be like interview or you just want to know things?
Just
I'm not
kind of like
sure.
a talk about stuff naturally. It's not like I'm gonna give me A and B answer and that's it. Uh,
Okay, I can give you my opinion, but I'm neither pro
yeah,
player
yeah.
nor
I
special.
try to think of questions that would be the ones you could actually answer, I think, or have information about, so and so on. First question would be, how come, at least for me, how come it feels like Warcraft 3 champions trying to force the new maps to be played more? Like, each iteration feels like even the new maps are not popular, they would be just still kept longer and longer with little minimum to changes.
Um, why is that? Look, I don't know who is in control of this. There are some Warcraft 3 champions admins that are more or less in control of that. They have
Hmm.
certain vision or opinion,
Hmm.
and they also try to listen to the community. But if you remember up to 2018 or 17,
Yeah.
players were playing on same maps again and again and
Yeah.
again,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they got tired. And suddenly, Autumn Leaves and Tide Hunters showed up.
Mm-hmm.
They were introduced, and people were like really hungry for something new to try on, and it was
Yeah.
very cool. And from that moment, there was kind of an idea we should time to time try and to push in for
Hmm.
new maps.
I see.
And the map making community can contribute because bringing new maps keeps Warcraft 3 kind of moving forward in some direction. It doesn't make it stale.
Hmm. Yes.
I'm not saying the new maps are better than the old
Yeah.
ones,
Yeah. Yeah.
maybe, but let's say when we make a new map or when we are trying to introduce a new map, we don't want to have another Northern Isles, or another,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know,
It's
Echo.
understandable. Yeah. Yeah.
So because that map is already so good, and what you just don't want to have the same setup, switch a
Yeah.
few outcomes with a goblin shop position
Yeah. Yeah.
and same place.
Yeah. Understandable.
So once in a while, they place a new map.
Hmm.
It's selected in some way. Some people suggest it, and the work of three admins also think it
Hmm.
may be a good idea. So it shows up there,
Hmm.
and they try to keep it for some time because, look, pro players, they are not going to play that new map.
Uh, I think they would play it. I would not say they against it, but a lot of times some of the new maps like very poorly balanced. For example, there was a map made by Kenshin Eversong. Uh, and the thing is, like some of the item drops like so bad that the map is actually would be not playable. Like for example, in Eversong you have two position spawns. The thing is, if you play Night Elf, you have one spot where you cannot creep the laboratory, and the other spot the other elf can. So elf would veto it for elf mirror. Then you see like other problems in and becomes those kind of maps not playable by any races because it's too many problems for all the races. It's kind of like Amazonia was purely elf map, and you will mostly would just see it in elf mirrors, or if the pros would ban like some other maps or have no possibility to veto it. It's kind of like it's not a good enough map to be played consistently, or you may get too much RNG on your spawn location, which is not ideal, I would say.
I hear you. Well, it's hard to say. Our community is small,
Yeah, I
and
understand.
to make a Warcraft 3 map, it takes quite time actually.
I
And to make it
understand this.
good,
Like, as a player, I appreciate, but it's like also it's uh it's kind of like you map makers are like, let's say like a developers, like you push out a map and it's same as Blizzard would push out the game. If the game is bad, no one is gonna play it. Like everyone understands it takes a lot of work, but you need to look into also why it's bad so you could fix the problems or see what are the causes of the problems themselves. For example, I tried to push back Kenshin before on her gate idea because I see it as a player, you hitting it a door for let's say 10 seconds. You feel, even if you don't waste time technically, compared to going to other spot, you as a player feel you do nothing, while your enemy could be creeping or doing something. So it would be better switch out with rocks, or the gates would drop some shitty campaign item like wooden shield, wooden sword, and it gives like one attack, one defense or something. It would, or drop like some lumber or something. It would make it more rewarding because you don't have like, you need to have player to be, oh, I did this thing for this reward. Because I know there's 2v2 map where you have one side here rocks, another side rocks, and you, if you kill the rocks, you don't get nothing, but there's two gold mines. And if you're playing human or orc, you can mine from one base, two gold mines at the same time, which is very beneficial for 2v2s. And you can use of the debris as well at the same time. Also, you can use the debris to block also entering from the with the farm, so no footmen or ghouls can enter and harass it easily, so they would need to actively destroy it as well. So maybe you have like something, like campaign switches like for the levers to open and close the gates, maybe something like that. It's hard to say, but we need to
That
experiment.
yeah. So we don't have much such feedback. We don't hear it that much.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, the community is small. We don't have a place to test it. Sometimes maps go through a few ATR
Mm-hmm.
seasons,
Yeah.
and there are some competitions organized by Mr. Light Robogoblin,
Yeah.
who's
The high workshop, the map contests, I believe.
and that too. Yeah, there was one that those contests too. So there is a chance a little bit to test it and see if players dislike it a
Mm-hmm.
lot or it's
Mm-hmm.
fine. So we try to have at least some testing for a map before it moves in. Then there is an idea like, look, Tenchi is quite experienced
Yeah,
mapper,
yeah,
and I can
no.
I think about the map, or you can tell him about this gate idea.
I
He
did because I was in the Warcraft champion staff room before. I was helping with reports and other stuff before.
nice. So he can accept it, he can introduce it, or he has his own vision about the
Yeah, yeah,
map.
like he didn't like me saying like it is not gonna work. I told like on some creep changes at very least should be done, because if you have like 1000 HP Murloc, drop like Sentry Words and level 2 Tome, it doesn't feel good when you, it takes like so long to kill Orange Camp and the best you get is a Tome and Sentry Words or Replenishment Potion, which is very bad. I remember there's also like the smaller camps that oh, normally would drop an item, but it drops like level 1 tome, which is, I don't know how it was possible because I checked the map before it was released on the season. That was the first time released. I was told the changes cannot be done very quickly for that, so it's not possible to change it. So I looked the newer version, the most newest one, and there's still the same problems there is there on the map. And no, sadly the map is dead.
Somehow he saw it that way, and I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, it
I,
happens. Because
we
it's
can
like, at least for like creeps or positioning for buildings, it should be possible to ask maybe like Toxie to help from Warcraft Champion staff. He's a good player. She should be able to see a lot of things I can notice like pretty quick. So it shouldn't be like too hard. Maybe there should be like definitely some higher MMR community members that willing to help. Maybe Tiesiog, maybe Razor Moon, or someone else.
Yeah,
It's
we sometimes try to do that, but now I think the community is more or less quiet.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
that, but I don't think there are many. Well, there are maps out there that we can introduce, but I don't pay attention to that much, and few people do that.
I see.
But look, how would I say? The map maker can introduce these changes
Mm-hmm.
based on his will. And
Yeah,
sometimes, look, I have my own vision how things should be. You have your own
yeah, yeah,
vision.
yeah.
If I'll push for my vision, it's going to be only my type of maps. I will never be
Yeah.
able to do a map like Autumn Leaves or I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, each
There is,
their own. Like they're how they should see some map makers I bet they wanna utilize some terrains not being used, like the demon terrains or something like that.
yeah. So they try to introduce new terrain or
Yeah,
new things like those gates, right? And
yeah.
after introducing the map, you realize it's kind of bad idea. You have either reward breaking the gates or just remove them so there is a clear
Mm.
pathing. So there is some trial and error,
Yeah, yeah.
so experience from that, but it's a long process. And look, if we introduce a map, we try to keep it for a year
Mm-hmm.
and see and I think Warcraft 3 Champions admins look at the rates if it
Mm.
gets increasing or not. And if for a year it doesn't spike interest like Hammerfall suddenly was like immediately picked up by the community.
I
Um,
think this Hammerfall is pretty good map, I would say, overall. It's like fairly balanced. It's for me I play Undead. It's not very best for me, so I'm not gonna play it. But what I hear is pretty good for an idol at very least, and what I've seen as well, humans like to pick it as well. So it's at very least it hits enough boxes to be playable at least for 2 races, and it'd be a viable map.
yeah, so
Mm,
I don't know, pro players or find it playable, decent, and
yeah.
like springtime, it wasn't very popular at the beginning, even
Mm,
though I don't know. But then suddenly, once it was placed in the Chinese tournaments, somehow
mm,
it got more popular. So we never know. Like this time, we have Warhail and Boulder Whale. They
mm,
don't have much great play rates, but you never know. Once it's placed in the maybe
mm.
pro player circuit,
I think
maybe
I
be
think
played.
with springtime, it's like kind of like a weird map. It's like nothing good for every race there is for that map, but it's weird enough that you can actually have some advantages here and there if you can catch your opponent or pull off something like with the middle gold mine or something else. It's like quite I would say versatile, even though it's a bit small map, but you have enough for laboratory, merc camp, 3 gold mines that you can mine, enough creeps, 2 red camps, and it's like pretty compact. And all of times it becomes like an action-paced game because you're
Lots
fighting for a lot of creeps. Because they neck each other, you may find your opponent pretty quick. It's a nice tempo. It also could be a very nice map for like if you planning to tier 2 rush or and take advantage of your tier 3 like to do a final push, let's say undead DK Lich and Dark Ranger and try to destroy bust the human base or something like that. It's pretty good for that, I would say.
But you see, Death Knight, it wasn't popular at the beginning.
Yeah,
So there is a thing that the map could be decent, but it's not played until, I don't know, Chinese
yeah.
Orgas notice it or something. So somehow we don't want to put a map and take it away after two
Yeah.
months if it's not played. Because is it about just community not noticing it, or
Uh,
so it's there
It
some
could
time?
it could be as well of the map pool what they have like on the Chinese tournament as well. Let's say if it's you see 2 3 maps are bad for your race, and you have like this new map, and you just like, well, I better play that one. Then I have no big disadvantage on the other 2 maps, so I just play that one. Because sometimes we have Chinese maps, Chinese tournaments had like very big maps, and those could be very draining. Like could be very long games, or you may have forced to prolong the game because let's say human gets like 4 expansions, and you just like you're not gonna have a good time. You're gonna drag it out. It's like it becomes tedious and annoying at some point.
True, but we still want to have 2 3 macro maps in
Mm,
the pool, at least a few,
I see.
just not to ignore them completely,
Yeah,
right? There
understandable.
can't do all of them to be like fight, fight, fight. There should be
Yeah,
some macro style as well. So that's what's the situation,
yeah.
I
I'm
believe.
also aware from one of the champion staff that you in charge in a way of swapping the maps. How you get ideas to swap X map with that map or something like that, or you get told by someone else of the staff to do it?
Well, there are a few admins, Helpstone, Lovestruck.
Mm-hmm.
I think Toxie is also admin. I'm not sure if he's adminning the map. So there are a
Mm-hmm.
few guys there. They usually at the before the season begins,
Mm-hmm.
they ask guys, "What do you suggest?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?" And like a few mappers, like whoever is that in that map making channel, can throw an idea. We
Mm-hmm.
can bring this new map, or we can, I don't know, do some swaps. So,
Ah,
but I believe they decide. There are like 2 3 people who made the final decision there.
mm,
So, for example, like they introduced Secret Valley
yeah.
recently. That's their idea. They moved. We are pushing sometimes to take away certain legacy maps,
Mm-hmm.
not for a long period, but at least so people do not. They have an idea that you can't play forever on Echo Isles or Lost Refuge or
Yeah.
sort of. We want to have some rotation. We're not throwing them away, but we
Yeah.
want to have rotational
Understandable.
system. And what? I don't know.
It's I think it's also why I would feel like it's like getting forced out of new maps because some of them could be not very balanced to extent, and you see the new maps being kept. Even you see like the three Warcraft 3 champions stats, and you see one season it was the lowest played map, again it was lowest played map, and you see it's keep getting kept, and your favorite map is getting removed. And you're just like, it's like, yeah. No, it's okay. It's understandable. You wanna don't wanna make the map pool stale too much with all the same maps, legacy ones, and the ones who wanna try to do the new maps. Yeah.
I think maps like TM, Echo Isles, they will be back for sure, even
Yeah.
Turtle Rock. So after some time. So, and Chinese players don't play Warcraft 3 Champions
Mm,
now these days. So I don't know. We have very low action ladder. These I don't
yeah.
know what's.
I seen the drama with Orc Wolf and Toxie on Twitter, so that
I
was weird.
what was there?
Apparently, like Toxie wanted like some part of tournament money for the champions for running the servers for the tournaments, which is, I
I,
would say, could be dangerous legally as well because Blizzard lawyers could look into is like a way for them getting profit, and it could get champions shut down, which is also, I would say, very dangerous to play around with, which scary. And now you mentioned Turtle Rock. I'm curious, how come some of the legacy maps getting it feels sometimes unneeded random changes like for Turtle Rock? You got to remove the permanent sentry wards and healing wards and changing like some of the map around. So, for example, elves cannot build the Ancient of Wars as more locations makes the game more Uh, you have like less options what to play. To be honest, it feels a bit more constrictive, I would say.
Well, I know which people made the changes, but I think they removed the permanent word because many pro players said maybe it's not a good idea to have permanent
Mm.
vision. I don't know. It's a matter of decision
Yeah,
who is making.
I see.
What else did they? They put some critters for undeads. They
Yeah.
removed. Did they remove places for night elf to creep?
Yes, they did. You cannot build Agent of Wars closer to the shops, so it would get aggro the red camp each time, I believe. So
Oh, so red.
yeah,
They removed.
so it becomes only places you can place is next to your home base, and that's it. So it kind of limits it. AKM, Anchor Korea Man, complained that you cannot do some of the critter tricks on the red camps with the blood mage as well. It kind of makes the map, instead of you having like different branches where to go, it becomes like almost like a one line, and I would say it makes games more stale. And I would understand why the pro players don't want to have permanent vision, but I would say it's also, in a way, so you could see it like a trade-off. You have a permanent vision there, but the opponent for that could maybe get an expansion instead and going for the later game, while opponents trying to get the early game with all the vision around the shops. So it could be played with that.
I don't know, man. It's somebody made that decision regarding. I know some changes are made to remove all those shenanigans and tricks, like some people doing what on an island they put
Yeah,
tower.
yeah. It's like
What
it's kind of feels as well about that weird because it feels like, yes, uh, the map makers kind of want to macro manage like less than 1% of the community that does it. It kind of feels like, in a way, I would say, waste of time to extend to babysit like mass own. Don't build a tower there. You're not allowed.
maybe they wanted to prevent certain tricks or
Yeah.
exploitations. I know there is on Turtle Rock. What Night Elf can also do something with that ogre.
I believe
They,
they still can do with the invisible archers, the turtles. Yeah,
yes,
it's
something they can do, but I we were working on some revision of Turtle Rock, maybe Turtle Rock 2.0. So
mm,
there, I can send you the map.
okay.
It might appear the next season if
I see.
it's admins would want it. We just made place for Night Elf, Ancient of War near two ogres and two trolls,
Mm.
and the lab we made a little bit easier. So maybe Night Elves and humans can
A lab? You mean the shop?
no the lab we changed. We thought to change the lab to make it possible to creep the lab as a first camp.
No, there's no laboratory originally in Turtle Rock.
Oh,
There's
no, no, no.
two
It's not
shops.
lab. No, no, no. Sorry.
Okay.
We thought maybe we should place a lab, but we didn't place it there.
Ah.
The big turtle 7 with Murlocs. The
Mm.
big turtle 7 with Murlocs in
Yeah.
between gold mines. So it might be able, you may now be able to creep it as a first camp.
Mm.
And the passing between two closer gold mines
Yeah.
will be a little bit shorter. So I can send you the map. You can take a
Okay.
look if you have
Yeah, sure. I
feedback
can check it and then give the feedback as well. It's like,
or give it to
if
more.
it is gonna help to make the map better, why not? I don't think like any of the players would complain if the map is best as they could, best as they can play. It would be make it fun. It's like a lot of times I would say the charm of Warcraft 3 of different options, and I think if map makers trying to control of that options kind of feels awkward because I seen like some funny challenges from Happy, like he would grab the blue ogre with permanent ward and place it in the enemy base. Like kind of like these kind of things. Let's say you would see in your ladder game, you probably would remember that game for a very long time. It's like something special you don't see every day, and it doesn't become like stale. Like, oh, the guy is gonna do the same thing over and over. It becomes like bland at some point. You would see like, for example, like I hate the work that a lot of tower rushes, like not tower rushes, like build ups, like mess zone. But some of these like becomes like so special. Even you hate it, you remember it because you have bunch of towers and you someone's playing with one solo here and you're just like, how the fuck that dipshit is doing this all of this?
Why this should work, right? Or
Yeah,
why it
yeah.
works.
Yeah, it's like I think it also a lot of balanced wine comes from frustration because you're losing to something, you're getting annoyed and you want it to be removed, but also if you remove everything that you dislike, it's also could remove the charm of the game, which makes it special because people to extent they do need struggle against something, so it would be like something important. And how come like Terran Stand got reworked? Like it was like very big rework. Like Soul Apeman is saying, for at least to me he told that Night Elf is having very big problems creeping out the Merc camp. It feels like they need to do the orange camp that has nothing where the old shop used to be.
Mm, well, when you make changes, you don't know what's going to be the end result. You try to make it for better, but what we did with the Terrana stand, I think we gathered some feedback, but the feedback with that was we maybe tried it to make it more standard. So the pathing between bases has become closer.
Mm.
Why maybe Night Elf is not in time to creep the camp? I'm not sure why this.
It's because there's unbuildable terrain next to the Merc camp, next to the trees. Before it would be buildable terrain, I believe, so it would be possible.
Then they should. Did they change it? I think Lovestruck was pushed an update for that.
Mm. I don't know. I
So
checked yesterday on the open the map, the newest version there is, and I
mhm.
tried that one, and yeah, it's not it is definitely harder compared to the older version to get the wisp in position H and the war in position to extend. Because before it would be possible, I believe, H and the war is here, wisp is mining next to the tree, and there is also the archer in the middle, so kind of they would trigger the lightning shield right away. It's uh, it's kind of like kind of understand from L's point of view frustration as well, because for other races you just need to have like couple range units you run in, you can heal salve, and that can the now with the dagger can heal, and humans just militia creep steamroll. It feels like more a nerf for them, and it's also it's a nerf for Warden in a way because it's very hard to creep her.
Then please report this or write to me, or there is. You should join the Warcraft 3 Melee Mapping Central.
Mm.
And there, if you guys, you or somebody who's playing this game on a decent level, and you guys have feedback, please tell
Okay.
it. And then if for sure for the next season there will be some changes.
Mm-hmm.
If people think it's truly of a concern,
Okay.
uh,
Uh,
well,
can you link
there
that
was.
one for me later? Then I can just link it below the video, so whoever would see it, they could give their little feedback to there as well. So for sure, I know Razor Moon probably is gonna have a look at this video. So at least if he will care about the feedback to give, maybe he can give it to someone, so it would be helping. Because it would be one of the my also one of the questions like what is like the best way for the melee players to report to map makers, because it feels like I would say that like it's like kind of like in a way like a purity test, like you need to as a melee player, you go from Battle.net to Champions, you go to Champions Discord, and then you see like there's a map making community. It's like it dwindles down like so much. It's actually very hard to find specifics where to report the problems that you know will be listened. I think I would say the main way to report, at least from my perspective, is Champions Discord. Just try to tag one of the map makers you think did it, and just hope they're gonna see it. It's hard to say.
Uh, there is Warcraft 3 champions, and they have a feedback
Yeah.
session, and there is map discussion there.
Mm.
So there, it's one of the places. Like
Mm.
I'm looking, somebody give feedback on 4v4 maps. Again, some placing of Ancient of War is not
Yeah.
working. So I'm sure, and Lovestruck is looking there. He is
Yeah.
there replying.
I think
So
it's like
Warcraft
I think the
map,
hardest part for map makers is just to get an idols happy because Agent of War creeping is probably most complex things. If you do it very right, it looks very simple. I think it's like you need to know all the possible distances where you can put your tree, what trees you should eat, where you want to place Agent of War to go camp to camp, and so on.
yeah, sometimes there is no time to test it or even
Yeah.
to think about it. And later you hope to make such changes to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me say this. I don't think anyone is trying to make any race life difficult because
Mm.
when you make a map, you want every a race to be happy in some
Yeah.
sense. Why would you make a map so one race dislikes it or to
Yeah,
make their
but
life?
again, it's like like consumer and the maker's perspective. The maker wants to make it good. If consumer is not happy, they don't care anything else. I'm not happy. Give me that. So yeah,
Yeah. So if there will be feedback, I think changes to Terra stand could be done, and it's
yeah.
quite quick.
It's
Yeah.
like I liked seeing like the new creeps as well, but the thing is also in a way it should be done like it's kind of like feels right as well for the maps aesthetic and also how the difficult the camp is. It's kind of feels like you need to balance out like the XP how it looks. I would say it's very depends on the player's feel how many they mass like a lot of games they in the way they see the camp they can guess around what item level is gonna be. You see a creep on 1000 HP, you expect it's a big consumable or a level 3 level 4 permanent item. And if you get below that, you're upset because you got tricked. So it also becomes like the long experience of the older players that becomes also a hassle for the map makers to try something new because over time they got used to like a lot of times the item will be on the ogre magi. I believe not Tide Hunters, the other one that has the ogre mauler, the big guy, the more tanky one. That one has the item. I forgot how is the map called. Uh, yes,
I know
what I
Astrif,
I
you have
could,
this
yeah, I could be, yeah,
on the blue ogre, not
yeah,
on the tougher ogre, which is kind of
yeah. But it's something new and interesting because it's not
you
as
can.
easy to snipe it because a lot of times blue ogre is actually easier to kill compared to the big one. So it makes it a bit more interesting in a way. I like that map makers in a way trying to put some of the runes and something like that, so it makes a bit maps more unique and special. I would say because at some point some of the maps become like very stale. Like old Echo Isles were very stale for me. Like it was annoying. It's like elf builds the ancient war there always. You always like either rush or expand, and that's pretty much the whole game. It's not very much a fun map for me. Even the 2.0 version, I don't quite like it. it doesn't feel too good for me to play at least. Also, it's like a Undead is like doesn't too good with the expansions because if you play Expo versus Expo, it's also it becomes a macro game in a way, and also who's gonna rush the expansion first? If you later rush the expansion, you probably lost the game as well. So it's in a way it's annoying.
For the older maps, it's better not to change them actually. Well, this is one thing. The other
Yeah.
thing, if we change them, we have sort of an idea. We try to do the least number of changes as possible
Mm.
because if somebody opens like a Terranas stand 2.0, starts playing, and they see a completely new map, we should rather name it a new map, right?
Yeah. It's basically a new map, I would say. The 2.0 version. Everything got changed so much. The pathing, how is everything placed. I would say it's
Uh-huh.
almost like a new map.
Well, surprisingly, possibly yes, because we didn't intend. We don't know where what changes would lead to. We wanted to have the pathing a little bit be shorter, so it
Mm.
could be a little bit more fighting, not less close. You creep your own island. I
Yeah.
creep my own. Then there is. So if it made it, if it broke lots of old strategies, what can we say? That means we should remove this 2.0 and play the old version. Maybe it's
Yeah.
not a good.
I think it's like it's okay to iterate on the older versions to extent, but the thing is like how much they change like all the camps, everything. I think it's a bit too much at once. It's like you giving a players a new map because maybe it would be better if you're doing like 2.0 version at very least change it bit by bit 1.2 1.4 and see based on that feedback how much the players actually like it, and you can maybe steer to better direction to 2.0 to have like positive response, because I would say if it kills a lot of strats that players like, it could just lead players not playing, and it also be, I'm gonna be honest, Terran Stan is just based the air map in the late game. There's rivers, a lot of trees. It's gonna be an air map a lot of times. At the very least, if you wanna lame, is perfect for it. And it's, I would say it's if you wanna have more fighting, maybe instead of like shortening the distances, you could have like more map objectives to where do you wanna go. Let's say let's say you swap the taverns with the shops. Let's say you have two taverns closer to the base and the one shop in the middle. Like everyone wanna fight for the shop. There's invul potions, there's healing scrolls, and you kind of wanna go in the middle as well because there's also boots of speed, staff, and so on. It's like you want to then be a bit more aggressive and you have those little green camps in the middle as well, so you have even more incentive to go for these.
Well, it's a possibility, right?
Yeah.
But look, if we place a shop in the middle, then there'll be, I don't know, 25% crying, why did you change it? Because
Yeah.
I'm so that shops are near my expo to defend. I use it to defend my
Yeah.
expo feature of the map. Why did you change it?
Yeah,
So,
that's why I'm saying like at this I would say it's better to do small changes. Like you change the terrain a bit, see how it works. It doesn't work, you revert the terrain, you put something else.
but we can't have that many versions. People
Yeah.
like tournament organizers, like which version are you playing? And then pro players will say,
Yeah.
look, I want to have a map that I will remember because I'm playing a
Yeah.
hundred same map. I want to have a certain.
I think
So
it's a sacrifice we need to do because if you wanna have an amazing map, eventually like there's needs to be some changes over time. If no one likes like too many big changes at the same time, you need to have the small ones then. It's one of the two lesser evils, I would say. It's you cannot have both at the same time, where the pro players gonna be happy with a lot of big changes, and it's a bit easier to remember the smaller changes, I would say, because let's say each few weeks you would change it. Let's say small things you would just note that we changed this, and you as a player you see like a lot of times you play the same map, you kind of remember like where the trees change and so on. For example, like when Blizzard updated to at some point Equiles, the original one, the trees, I noticed right away the trees were fucked at the
Mhm.
very start of the game, because I seen I cannot build it right away and it was not noted. I was annoyed right away. Also, it should be noted, if possible, like in champions logs, if you change like 3 lines around the base, it should be also highlighted as well, because a lot of times it's important for base layouts. It's like to to extent that you want to cut one specific tree only, and if it becomes 3 or 4, it consumes extra time you don't want to do. So it's
Yeah.
also, it should be noted more.
Well, a good map maker tests the layout before releasing the map.
Yeah.
So I think there should be lots of testing before you release the map, for sure. But too many versions, I'm saying, Warcraft 3 champions will not upload a map every 2 weeks or every month. They are
Well,
not
about
do
that, for
it.
what at the one time, I remember I had on my old laptop like 20 versions of Turtle Rock changes. I'm not gonna lie, it's like I see, and it's like not noted anywhere by champions, media, nothing. They just okay, there's new version of Turtle Rock, enjoy, and you're just like, what's got changed? Which version is the current one? And it becomes annoying. At very least, it should be like 1.6.2 or something. It's like a bit easier than 1.6 and all the same. And if you change something in the map, for sure their values changes of the file and makes the new file. So I opened the the custom map selection, and me and Razor sometimes test like the newer maps and see what is going on, what could be the problems for that and that. And
Mhm.
Razor noted I have like he told like I got like 10 versions of Turtle Rock, and I was like, what the fuck? Because it was like a lot of small changes, but also the problem was there's no small changes ever done, like reported, so you don't know what to look. And also you need to retest the whole map again, see what is the problem with the wisp positioning, building placement, and so on.
So you see, making too many versions is also a bad idea, and it
Yeah.
breaks replay and so on and so on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a
it's
difficult dilemma. I would say it's also a good fix for it would be just like reporting on changes more. Even it's tedious, it should be reported all the changes you did, like even the small ones. So you say, "Oh, I added one extra tree there." You would not feel like it's important, but maybe it's blocking like hidden wisp position, or you cannot or cannot build their tier 2 building now there, so need to build outside of the base more or something like that. So
true, true.
it should be for sure. I would say map makers, what they should report more is like if they change the tree positionings, like like before and after, and they have like a green area, say it's like how it was before, and the red one where it is what was removed or changed.
We would do that. It's just there are no people there. There is only one or two people in at Warcraft 3 Champions doing this job, I
Yeah,
guess, for free.
I was there.
So
I'm aware.
what we
I
see,
was stuck doing like I think one day I did like 200 reports or something of players in one day, because when Miyagi was there, they were behind the reports, and I joined the team. I wanted to do like some the tooltip changes and other stuff, like to work on the text files for it. And I see Miyagi was overflown with the reports, and I was helping, so I See, one day it's 100, another 200. I see, like, with their poor system, there was also like lean some. I would say he was a bit like too soft on some people because I seen some people break almost every possible rule of Warcraft 3 champions online, and I was like, how the guy that some of these people are not permabanned? The like excuse would be like it's community is dwindling. It should not be very like ban all the people, but also those people make the worse because if you start team killing or someone is baiting someone else team killing, I would say, oh, you wanna bait someone at team killing you and you report that guy? Okay, permaban and get the fuck out. Because I know you what you're doing, everyone knows what you're doing, and it's also a problem. I would say also champions kicking out Miyagi was a I would say big mistake because at what I understand, he flamed some guy on Battle.net playing, and he reported to admins even though the guy was baiting Miyagi. I would say I would perma get the complainer because he was baiting the response to get some attention and get one of the admins in trouble for some reason. It's just at least my perspective on it.
I don't know the full story. It's just Neo told me and asked me something about it. What can we do? He said it was something bad, and it's not like not forgivable, but we should take some measures. So I think what the decision was that he lost some admin powers
Yeah,
on double Warcraft 3 champions,
yeah.
and
What
he
I
still could be as a player, as a person, but he lost some admin.
Yeah, yeah, but also he had like some other real life stuff going on as well in the back, so it just happened like he couldn't do as much later on, so he just left the team. Also, I would say it's a lot of problems is like if the guy is insulting like random, let's say the head admin of administration of random, like who says the bad words, right? If the guy knows every possible insult, every possible slur and so on, I would say you may say the guy is horrible person to saying this, but he's fit for the job. He knows everything. He's better because it's like some people know some weird ass stuff that very few people know. Like for example, like American politics, like the Great Dragon, like from Europe would be like, oh, who knows what is that? It's like cool, a Great Dragon. And in America, it's like the high leader of the KKK, and you're just like, oh,
Better, yeah.
yeah. It's
Um,
I think it's like it's sometimes you need to have like people who know their stuff, even though you don't agree that with what they may be saying. But if they know the thing how it works, it's better to keep them because they can moderate the chats better. If their job is that and they're doing good, keep them. I would say it's
but
kind of
then
like they kept helped. Who was it? Johnny Cage, who flamed Foggy with all the Ukraine stuff, and they secretly let him play. Let the Miyagi also in the secret do the admin stuff as well. It would be fine as well. It's just like, yeah, it's at least my take on it.
you know probably W3C champions admins, I don't know, click better. They had an internal what a council or whatever.
Yeah,
They make decisions. Probably Miyagi flamed somebody or was very in a bad mood, but I don't
yeah,
know. Maybe it was too much. Sometimes you can flame somebody
yeah.
with a little bit.
Yeah, it's like like in Battle.net, everyone flames everyone. We seen what Tyler won. Like some people were special like happy windmills with moonwells. So it's like you can see this even not as a streamer as well. Like some people just loves to troll or try to trigger people in games. There's basically their goal would be. So it's there's a different bunch. And if
Look,
we reach on topic of reports, I hear like some preferential treatment for some who donate like would be less likely to get banned or have shorter time compared to normal person. I would say it's also like a bit fucked up because if you're using the platform, you expect no matter who's even they donating or not to be treated same as you. It's kind of in a way like why is it could be because I see like sometimes I check Warcraft 3 player numbers and the graph says it's going slowly down. It's even with Tyler One's help with all the tournaments. It could be all the players not quitting Warcraft, but they could be going to Battle.net actually, which is one could say better for worse. If they stay in the player economy, it's I would say it's pretty good because I would say a lot of people would be leaving because of queue times and also pointed out before to Toxic he doesn't want to change the starting MMR, but I'm gonna be honest, the starting players MMR, if we go on the Warcraft 3 champions, is 1000 or below. At the very best, who plays some other RTSs is gonna be 1000 at the start. It's if you start them to play versus some demigod 1500, it's like depends how many people can endure like 20-30 losses in a row. So it's also becomes like home, and then you add extra queue times. Like on very low MMR, I know like some guy who tried it.
uh-huh.
His queue time at what he had like 300, 400 MMR. It was like 5 or 10 minutes, basically same as the pros have on the Grandmaster. So it becomes like at one level, very lowest level, where probably the most players are at, the queue time is horrible. At the very top is horrible, and the ones that, let's say my level, Neo, and so on, it's okay. You can find games decently, but you're basically playing a lot of times versus the same people over and over. And the pros play versus each other over and over, the queue time is long. So some either would go to KK to play, probably there's more players there because of China, or you want to play something fun, you would go to play Battle.net like Happy does, because also I would say it was very dumb to enforce the rule that you cannot leave versus specific people because and I heard like some of the if you installed some of the admins on the general chat, you're not gonna get muted, you're gonna get banned. And the same people expect the pro players, the let's say Blade insulted Happy a bunch of times in the past, I believe, and Happy doesn't want to play him, and they force him to play versus him for, I believe, the main cause is Dandalaris' statistics, I would say. My guess is. Because the rule was before, but it was not enforced until like randomly. Because I seen like those doing the stats, and it's like, if you do that, at first, at very least, fix all the join bugs or something. Plus, also, the ladder should not be like some divine being that no one cannot play for fun, and who's judges who's trying to play seriously. How do you know if they wanna play something new for fun versus some pro player or some pocket strat or something? It becomes like so convoluted, and it's like I would say one of the main reasons why Happy doesn't play champions is because of that one rule. Because if he plays Hitman or Blade, he cannot leave the game, and he has a choice: play on KK for versus the people he would like to play, and he wants to mass games. He can play on Battle.net, turn his brain off, and just practice his micro, and that's it. It's like,
Well, I don't think there are many players who can challenge him on W3 champions these days.
yeah,
Look, that's I don't know if this separation into three ladders is not good, but
yeah.
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
bound to happen. It's the China scene. The thing is, how should I say it? At some point, they would have the KK platform one way or another. I know Neo was trying behind the scenes, like saying, "Oh, you're trying to do that. You should not do. Should have the champions." But also, I would say it's a good thing to have like some competition for champions that makes also champions see what other platforms doing to make it better in a way. It's kind of like competition breeds excellence because you see one thing because a lot of champions features were stole ideas from Chinese platform NetEase, like the Flow TV, uh, observers, live games, and few other features like icons was originally in NetEase that you have like some even animated ones before, some emotes and so on. It's like I I would say NetEase, if it would be compared to Champions now, I would say it's close to very similar on features, but would be lacking on few things. Because I know in NetEase, in a way, you had like still a reconnect in a way, in 1.26 in a way. Because I remember we playing it before a small bit, you were able to reconnect, but it's like if you cannot reconnect very quick, then the game is lost. So it happens.
I wish there would be one platform or some
Mm,
even cross-platform search so people can find games faster. I don't know who can do it. Maybe Blizzard, Microsoft can
mm,
unite the platforms under
mm.
one umbrella.
I think for Chinese one it's not possible because by the Chinese laws, if they want to have the service, they need to do it through a Chinese company. That's why there's a separate WoW, World of Warcraft server in China as well. Like
Well,
it will be
what
separate no matter what, at least at very two.
can we make a cross-platform games? I don't know. I'm searching on the champions. They searching on KK. We're matching in level, so we play
Yeah.
something like that. I don't know.
Maybe it's possible. It's just like depends. Like you have for that you need to go through all the European laws and U.S. laws, and it's like also other countries' laws as well for that. Which sadly, it's I don't believe it would be realistic. Even it would be very amazing, but it is what it is. I'm
It's just
curious. What do you think is gonna be the future for champions in next 2 to 5 years?
man. I don't know. I think Warcraft 3 is slightly fades away because we don't have the income of new players. We should
Mm,
have a stable ladder, stable game.
mhm,
Hopefully, that is patched once in a while, like
mm,
every half year, bringing some new balance and maybe new features. And we need new players, and since we don't have new players, it's just well, imagine Happy is gone, Lin is gone, Moon is gone,
yeah.
and one more Starbuck is gone.
It's not much left of the scene, basically. Yeah.
Many left, and I think more to leave at some point.
For
Yes,
me,
not
personally, I would say Warcraft 2 Champions' future would be is not to exist in the future. What
maybe not, but
I would say it's like for the better good because at some point, Champions' original goal was to be a platform for everyone to play ladder while they fixed Battle.net. And I would say the community should push all the Champions features that they like to Blizzard on forums. Neo should be also pushing on each patch they release, they review it, and they would say, you should add this from Champions, you should add this, and keep pushing it. At some point, they will see enough people want this, and they will be adding it. Because the best way to get all the players to play the game, new ones, is to make Battle.net great again.
sure. I think this is a great
Yeah.
idea. since Champions is not a profit based, I mean, they can just say, Blizzard, this is the code, just
Yeah, yeah. It could
use
be
it.
also better just maybe like than how Neo makes the videos, at least at very least, let's say. They found a reason how to fix join bugs for a reason, right? So they could post some code or some link for some random dev at Blizzard that is reviewing it. They could maybe send it to the team or something, so they would fix their join bug problem as well. So I would say you wanna have Flow TV on Belnet? Push it. Every stream you review like patches, you say Blizzard, it's nice you're working on Belnet. Can you add this feature? Grabby should push it as well. Like if all the big community names pushing it, they must do it. If they want to
Yeah.
make the game good, it's gonna be more. And if it's like I think the best model for making Warcraft profitable for Blizzard is to do the same as Chinese. You have portraits, like some icons or emotes. You have that one for money, or you can just grind it slowly. Like either one would be fine. It's just a bit better, I would say. Than it also incentivizes them to invest into the game more to make it better in a way. It's like, for
Def-
example, I think basic requirement I would say what the Back to Warcraft should push and Grubby is more servers for players. So they added
and
a couple more, I think.
trust me, Microsoft or Blizzard
Yeah,
don't should not have a problem with that.
yeah.
I am with you on that, but I don't know if there is a communication channel between anybody with Blizzard. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe Grok has one, but I don't know.
the thing is, even if they don't, they watch the videos at very least because they pay attention to your feedback. Because I did notice from your file on the creep changes,
Yes,
they
they
were implemented. So they did
yes,
look at the file.
correct.
All the balance suggestions from Grabby and so on, they do pay attention to these. So if we make a good enough voice, they must hear let's upgrade Balnet better. Because I would say Warcraft 3's future is not champions, but to make Balnet so good that the new players will want to play it. Because if it's shit, no one's gonna play it. It's also RTS is very hard to get into, so it's probably best to make it accessible. Because Blizzard is already working on it. I see it because they wanna make how you lose the games or win games to match appropriate levels, so it would be better for the new players. Because I would say currently probably there's four, three or two times more than champions playing on Balnet probably every day. Because it's more accessible. It's you.
Maybe I don't know the details, but as a Blizzard, why not just to copy W3 champions? Why there is no shame in taking the same letter, right?
Yeah,
Bronze, whatever league, and they introduce their own duelist, whatever.
yeah.
Some
I think it's just could be like some legal reasons or something because, like in every big company, there's very annoying people called PR team and the legal team. So those two get afraid, then they say, no, you cannot do that. You need to do it yourself. Or they don't get a green light from the management who's running above them. So there's too
so
many people that could deny it, and it's probably got denied. So at best we
look,
can do is scream at them, do this feature, we want it now, please implement in the future and work on it.
look, I agree. Screaming is one thing.
Yeah,
The other thing to me is more human, is to get a communication channel with Blizzard, I don't know, with some whoever
yeah,
project manager there, and a few knowledgeable people from our community, I don't know, somebody from Champions, Neo, whatever, Grabby,
yeah,
they could be sort of ambassadors of whatever you ideas are speaking about.
yeah,
And so they bring it to the table to the managers or to some people that at least can do decisions in make decisions in Blizzard, and there could be a change going on. Because I think this is even better than just screaming. Because screaming, there are some devs like looking at the videos and making certain balance changes based on what they see. But if you want a real push, a real change, you need to talk to people who are able to promote such change or who are able to make such decisions. I don't know how to reach out to Blizzard. Sorry.
I don't mind the council part, but I would say the council should be only in charge of game features, not the balance.
Yeah, game features. I agree. Or certain, like we need servers, or we need let's agree to have a balance patch once in half a year. This is sort of a feature. We want to have a standard schedule.
I don't mind like there shouldn't be not a standard schedule. I would say it's like, let's say Blizzard would say we cannot do this feature because of that, and then the ambassadors could say to the community they're not gonna do this because of that, and if they willing to do it if we do this, and the community can say yes or no. Let's say they say, oh, you Blizzard wants more money, so they say new hero is gonna be unlocked with money. Everyone says no. They go back to Blizzard and says no, no one has won that. Think of something else. They say skins. They ask community, you want skins for money? They say okay, we fine with that. And then the feature would get the green light because they get back money for their investment into the community as well, because all the dev time it costs money. It's like
Correct.
Because like some of the balance ideas for, I know Remo comes from a great place, but I would say at the very least we need to fix the basic stuff about the game. It's like, let's say Banshee possession. We should on balance changes should also push like, please fix the animation. Make it like, if you're too lazy to make it or you don't have resources to make a new animation, just reuse the Dragonhawk one. Just reuse it, put on the Banshee, have also the dot under the unit. That's it. The unit would be actually so nerfed that could be that possession time could be actually needed to be buffed, because a lot of times you're guessing. You need to see what direction Banshee is looking and where's the dot. And a lot of times it takes too much time compared to Dragonhawk's animation, because you see who's doing it, you see the line with the orange and the net, and you're just like, okay, I can need to kill this one to release that unit. Perfect.
I can send you a video, Neo. We sent the one to Neo, which had the animation.
Yeah, I seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be done, and I don't understand why they are not doing it,
I
because
think it's because there's not enough mention of it. Because I seen it like mentioned once or twice, and that's it. And compared to what the, let's say, Grubby, Remo, and Neo, in a way they kind of want to push like some specific ideas each time they mention it. Like for example, the Great Hole build time reduced like multiple times, and they would mention it as well. But how come the Banshee possession is not being mentioned? It's like weird. For example, let's say everyone wanted for the longest time to see necromancers, right? And it's like, what we can do for necromancers to buff it? You don't need to buff it, you just need to rework the skill tree. So I would say first we go cripple, you make cripple have slightly higher stats than Sorcerer's Soul, some damage reduction, and keep it single target. Next is Unholy Frenzy. Third one is Skeletons. Skeletons stay the same because by the time you want to do the Necros, because you want to have all the upgrades by that time, so you can just have the Skeleton upgrade, basically get it like on tier 2 or something, just build up in advance, because a lot of times on if you want to get Necrowagon, you still need like tier 3 for the skeleton mages. Either way, right? So,
Well, we can talk about necromancers. I think there are several ways to think about it. It's a nice topic, but um, yeah. So let's agree on this. It would be nice if there could be some people, or I call them ambassadors. They can
yeah,
talk to Blizzard about what the game needs in terms
yeah.
of mechanics and other
Yeah,
things.
it's like some things need to be like fixed badly. Like banned possession, like Necromancer not being used is mostly because Cripple is not tier 1 or tier 2 spell. That's the problem. Like,
Okay.
uh,
Wait. Do we move to balance? If we move to balance, this is a nice. Anything you want to talk about
uh,
before we talk
okay.
balance?
Oh, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna just speedrun a few of the questions. Okay. Is Warcraft your champion staff is worried that people are moving from champions to Battlenet?
Sorry, one more time. Do
Like,
we?
is the champion staff worried or concerned that more people would be moving from champions to Battlenet?
I have no clue. You should ask help on Toxi. Their admins, they have like.
I see. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking maybe you seen like something in general chat or something.
No, I don't know
Okay.
seriously, but sorry. I'm not related to Warcraft 3 Champions. I just
I
made
see.
a few maps
I
and I
see.
stay in the map melee Discord.
I see. And what things you learn working in the Warcraft 3 champion staff? Like for maybe you got some new skill set, or maybe you learned something else you didn't expect helping champion staff or something like that.
Never worked for them, and I don't think well, I never learned anything from them. So I learned from a few map makers how to make better maps. Sometimes we can discuss certain things regarding maps, creeps, neutral things. It would be nice, like there is. We also talk. We have a wish list of what Blizzard can fix.
Mm.
For example, one of them is portals. Some units do not portal, and we even have. We know why. We know what to do, but
Mm.
Blizzard has to fix that problem.
Which units is it that they go through the portals?
I don't know. Some like gargoyles that were in a stone form, or druids that were flying and then back druids. So a few flying units or that could fly are not going through the portal, may not be
I think it's the ones that transform mid animation. Basically, they turn from one unit type to other one. So
maybe.
it could be because of that. It's like let's say you have a crow. Game sees it as like a complete different unit compared to the other one. So maybe that's why.
Correct. So I think it could be fixable, and then if you have a properly working portal, then we as map makers can bring them already to 2v2 and maybe 1v1. Otherwise, they're only in 4v4 times. Okay.
Okay. And I have one question for map makers. I'm interested. How come none of the map makers wanted to make like unique maps? Well, how come they never tried to put some map that will have like artifact level item in it? Like Cannel's Dagger of Escape, Orb of Frost, Claws plus 15, and so on. For a 1v1 map.
Maybe it's interesting idea. Happy would be probably against it because on a pro player level, I don't know how much it changes the dynamic. But it would be well, we don't even have level 6 drop showing up that we see on Twisted Meadows, right? There
Yeah.
is levels. Is it well balanced?
No, but it's fun.
Well, let's say if we could talk to Blizzard and have a properly balanced level 6, let's say, I don't know, what's their amulet of spell shield,
Yeah.
Some time ago there was a ring plus 5.
Yeah. I think it's also what makes a game a bit more fun as well, like having feel like your hero is very strong. You're getting rewarded for the creep camp as well. I think that's why a lot of times people have hold dear to Twisted Meadows because like you can pump the hero there like so hard with very strong items. You can get bunch of boosts of critical loss on you. You can get Emily's spell shield. Like you can have the big summons from the red camps like the Rod Golem. You don't see those items in other maps. I think if you wanna have like artifact level item, I would say if you wanna make it people fight for it, make it let's say I would say like in I think it's Tide Hunters that have like 11 level 11 golem. You have one that, two granite golems and two mud golems. Have it like in the middle and have like like one artifact level item and two level 2 tomes, I would say, for each granite golem.
But look, let's say we can make level 6 items better.
Yeah.
If you talk about charged,
Yeah.
you can spawn a golem
Yeah.
that you can't purge,
Yeah.
but dragon and two other beasts
Yeah,
you
they can
can.
purge. Yeah.
So it's not balanced, right?
Yeah.
And scroll of whatever that gives mana and health, it's too much mana. It's
Yeah.
150 mana. So if we can balance that, if we can send a message to Blizzard,
Yeah. Yeah.
balance.
I think it's like the higher level summons should not be able to be purged, but also the problem with those are if you give them like special effects, they also would affect the original mobs as well. That because they would be temporarily like you could say it's a summon, but they also take a sample size probably from the original unit, so kind of counts the same as the other one.
Well, they should have magic immunity. Golem
Yeah,
has magic immunity,
yeah,
but others don't. Like
yeah.
Dragon doesn't.
Yeah, that's like I think they would need to make a separate units or something like that. It's maybe like let's say you reskin them and you just add like some different model type and use separate unit. Maybe then it would work. It's because or you could remove those item drops from the table and change it to something else.
We
It's
could, but look, one thing Champions has is that most of the maps that we introduce, or all the maps we introduce
mhm,
for 1v1, 2v2, they should pass melee condition.
yeah,
Pretty much. It means they are changed. We don't introduce anything new, or we don't code any new item, any new creep,
yeah,
anything. It's just
yeah. It's just it's also becomes extra work. I think one of the bigger changes was by map makers. I think it was when they removed the a lightning shield drop from Amazonia, I believe. So the human players will not get fucked over too much, or it was some other map. Because I remember Todd was so pissed every day if someone would get the lightning shield and he doesn't. It's like understandable versus human. Lightning shield is very good spell, especially early on.
if you
Maybe
get level 2 drop, you go to human base
yeah,
and you stay there. And
maybe it could be like a level 3 drop. It's hard to say. It's for example like if you add like very big drops on the map, I would say the map also should be also a bit bigger. For example, if you have artifact level item like I suggested, the map should be at the very least size of Twisted Meadows, I would say.
yep.
And if the creeps should be only one and no other ones, so the players will not be like, oh, I just grabbed this one on my side. If they be forced to fight the golems, and the creeps should be very nasty because it's very high risk and very high reward. Because if you get Orb of Frost, oh, that's a very good day for a Blade Master, I would say.
That would be
or
interesting. Or
This,
dagger, imagine
yeah,
dagger.
yeah, or like the Crown of Kings or Mask of Death. Yeah, it's like something you could also be good for casters as well, because they would say, "Wow, we didn't see it would be possible to do with DK, like teleport so easily or something like that." It also makes it for the viewers also nice to watch. People can also see the game. Oh, I want to play this game as well because I want to mess around as well like that. This also makes it a bit unique, interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the basically
Fact.
the
One
what makes Warcraft 3 I would say apart from all RTS, because Heroes it's unique. Every game is in a way unique because you have different item drops, what the opponent does, and it doesn't become too much stale. I would say the more possibilities for players to express themselves, the better. It's kind of in a way like why people are hyped to see Moon is because, well, Moon plays a lot of different strategies. It's very fun. You see, oh, he did AP rush. Oh, it fell. He's doing something else now crazy. It's fun to watch. I'm,
Yeah.
I guess we can go to the gravy now. The balance. What do you think? Uh, how do you believe a top 10 player distribution should be based on race? Because everyone looks not only at top 10 players of four races. So at some point someone needs to get a short end of the stick. Like the because you cannot have four races have equal amount in top 10s. It is what it is. Everyone focuses on top 10 always. It is what it is. So what do you think it should distribute by the race or the players should be look like?
I don't know. I frankly don't know how we should look at that.
Because a lot of people base on their statistics on some balances like, oh, this that many top players should be of that race for that much and so on. It's let's say if every race will have three, like someone would be missing two. So it's also becomes for human error you cannot account for that one as well. Let's say, oh, Happy that day felt sleepy and he didn't coil his lich in time. He drops from top 2 to top 3, and it's like, it's hard to say. It's like, just give a vibe how you feel would say how the races should be distributed in the top scene. Like between the top 10 players we have now. Like how you would say is like who should be at the top, who should be like at the bottom, like at the top 10.
Look, regarding balance, I don't know what to say, but I think whenever patch is made,
Mm-hmm.
these top players of every race, top three players, right? Well, Undead, it's Happy, 120
Mm-hmm.
Labby. You can even take top four. Doesn't matter. I think if you remove one or add one, doesn't matter too much.
Mm-hmm.
It should be give their opinion on what should be changed, what would they nerf, and what would they buff, including their own race, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, and we should make maybe when we make a balance, we should definitely take into their account their opinion,
Yeah.
because some people can cry that I don't know headhunters are bad, and
Mm-hmm.
I remember when Happy was talking to people, I asked him, "What do you think about headhunters when they were powerful?" He said, "It's not a worry for me. I I don't. I think berserkers are too strong." He
Yeah.
said, "Hunters is not a problem. Wolves is not a problem because they I don't know they they cost mana and
Yeah.
Farseer is a summoner." So he said, "I would nerf berserkers." I remember it was like
Yeah. Yeah.
2019, 2020. So you can listen to what these guys are saying, because like top players can tell you maybe they can complain, I don't like, I don't know, Demon Hunter or so
Yeah.
on. It's fine. Everyone can do that. But they can sometimes tell you what they would nerf about their own race.
Yeah.
So I remember Happy could say, okay, for undead, I believe For example, the Abomination Cloud was too strong, he said,
Yeah.
against Night Elf, be nerfed. So you listen to them and you say, aha, actually, undead players do not mind such nerf for their wraiths. They consider it
Mm.
fair. Or recently, Labby gave an idea that I think the dagger should be nerfed, and other players agreed. Dagger from 2 to 1, it
It's too
more or
much.
less is, yes, you could, what? Uh, cancel the XP, what it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah,
My English,
denial.
deny, you denied, right?
I've,
It's too much denial. So that's why we've heard this feedback from Labby, I think, and other players agreed with it, and it was in the Dondo's list of changes.
mm.
So it was there, and it was, I think, I don't know, a
It's,
change, not bad.
I think it should be just, if you have it one charge to have a bit region small bit more, maybe like 10, 20 HP extra or something. I think that was the bigger problem, maybe. But denial is very hard because at the early game, it's like denial is very huge, and if you can denial like very easily with a dagger, and it's like if you have right away the two charges, is basically a free two denials without you need to go back to your melee unit for the Death Knight. Let's say Nile is chasing your ghoul. You actually don't need to go with the Death Knight to reach the ghoul. You actually save some time going some distance to him in a way. And you also would have like still one leftover dagger to heal, or you could have another denial, or you could have units in the back healing while you're running away and deny as well, which is also pretty big.
Well, I think Dondo was putting the numbers. I would go with 225 heal like human scroll has,
Not too much.
but it got 200.
Uh,
So human heals 225
mhm.
per 45 seconds. So it's like five, is it like 5 HP per second? And Undead's dagger, it's 200 per 45 seconds. It's a little bit less, but I would make them equal. But
Uh,
again,
no, for equal it shouldn't be as good because you have need to count in account. It's not like in a vacuum. You also need to account on Holy Aura as well. It's
well, you don't have to start with a Death Knight. Why do you
yeah, I
say?
understand, but it's also you need to have in mind like some minor changes could cause other hero excel more. Let's say if the dagger would heal a lot, and it, let's say in theory it would stack with Unholy Aura, then more people would picking Death Knight with Unholy Aura because it makes the units regen faster, you can have more tempo, and you can go do other camp even faster. Which is it's like a lot of things in balance. You need to not to look like in a vacuum just for one hero to buff, because it may cause problems you not foresee. It's very hard, especially with four races. Like, and especially, I think also now the Death Knight's ultimate change made it that map makers actually cannot add some doodads, for example. Uh, Lord forgive if someone would add in the map a Murloc builder somewhere. If he resurrects that one, you're gonna see Naga units from Undead then. Because I checked the animated PN. Yes, it's still invulnerable. It still doesn't run out of timer. And if you have a resurrect, let's say Naga builder, or let's say Fell Orc do that, then you can start building Fell Orc units. Ho- Luckily, I checked. You cannot get the heroes. What I understand, so because they don't have like any campaign files for the units. So at very least you don't cannot have like a chaos damage blade master. So it's I would say it's also a nice change for a Death Knight because Blizzard did say happy they did want to change the ultimate, because the skill tree already was good for Death Knight. But I would say it's a problem because ultimate should be ultimate. It should be something you wow, amazing, and not just, well, I got level 6, time to pick aura again. Because even with the changes they did, like to make it more tanky, it also becomes the problem is they give XP. It costs 2 coils. So you will have better 2 coils, or you give enemy more XP. You cannot control what units you can, and so on. And it's way better, I would say, and I would say it's more useful for undeads now compared to any other version. Even if the cloud would be removed from it, it would be very useful.
Are they invulnerable, or they can be purged?
They can be killed, but they cannot be purged.
Okay, they can be killed. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, if you get a dryad will have a poison, but it still could be killed, and it could most likely will have dispel. But all the mana you will get from the units is the starting mana. So you wanna have like a dryad with full mana, then it died with full mana. It's starting mana. So basically, the unit that spawns with first stats, basically. You have a master witch doctor, you're gonna have like with starting mana of witch doctor as well. So
Well, it's better than nothing. One thing you should keep in mind that Blizzard has campaign that uses similar units, and Death Knight by lore, he was what, a paladin or some sort of paladin. So if a paladin has a resurrection, Death Knight should have the ultimate similar to resurrection, but for undeads. They cannot completely change the theme of the.
Yeah, I understand. It's like, but like at some point the ultimate was so bad that you either need to change it completely or make it buff it in a way that's useful. And I would say now that you can actually cast on yourself. Let's say you get Master Shaman resurrected. You have no Bloodless in your kit. You get the Druid of the Claw. Now, before, when it would be res with the old ultimate, it would be stuck in either bear form or the druid form, and you cannot morph it back. So if it died in the druid form, you stuck with the unit that you're gonna give a lot of XP, you cannot cast spells, and it does 0 damage, which is also very troublesome.
Yeah, I'm happy for such changes. Anything that makes the ultimate better.
Yeah.
Even that cloud for units.
Do you know who suggested the change? It was me and account create working on it. We think of this change and we suggested on Reddit. We also had the idea, like if you res, let's say critters, we could do like like how Soul 8 Man got his little Easter egg with his Makura. We were thinking to give if you resurrect the critter, it could detonate and do like a small bit of damage, like 10 or 20, to Remo's idea of detonating critters from human.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, I've heard this idea maybe somewhere also on other streams that, or even Happy complained that he cannot cast anything with those
But
units. So it's on the surface and it's a nice one.
yeah, but it's funnier to blame everything on account create this one. If Moon loses to this ultimate, everyone's gonna need to say back to Warcraft chat, thank you, account create.
Well, see, as you said, screaming or pointing it out several times is a good idea because one time they may not pay attention, the other time they could skip it, and the third time they actually
It's you need to do what it works. Sadly, only option we got currently is screaming. We need this added or change. We scream. I would say also the one of the changes should be also like the hex a bit nerfed fair bit because level 1 hex the unit cannot move pretty much 15 seconds. It's very long, I would say. It's almost same as the big invul potion. And over time we learn that if someone is rooted or stuck for a very long time, It's very good for the other player to basically look permanent lockdown or a kill. It could be if the unit is not tanky enough.
Well, I don't know.
Mm,
I don't know what to say.
yeah. Uh,
Such changes, I think pro players should look if it's. Yeah, I think pro players would rather should agree on this because look,
yeah.
um,
Okay.
if there is a problem there, if it's too oppressive in a certain matchup, yes.
Mm,
If it's a part of the game, well, every level 2 hero that pops out from the tavern or from the altar full of mana,
mm,
right? So
yeah. I think
you can see. Mhm.
I think it's like also the thing you need to balance is like how the spells feels when used. Like let's say you get level 1 hex, you hex a unit, it's basically the peak you can get, or the level 1 hex. Level 2 it doesn't matter too much, what is it? 30 seconds. It's either way, in 15 seconds you most likely can kill the unit. Only thing it would matter on heroes, because it would extend a fair bit. But I would say for units it should be like maybe level 1 7 seconds, level 2 14, and level 3 21. It's maybe something like that. It would feel like the spell gets stronger and not that, like feels the same in a way. It feels
Well,
stronger.
then what about I can hex pull a level 5 creep and
Yeah.
it lasts 15 seconds and I can have that trick.
Yeah, it's also
I
it's like
think
in a way.
using it, right? So you're taking away some part of the fun at the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
time.
as well. It's like
It, it should,
it's a delicate balance, I would say. Maybe let's say instead of 15, maybe they can do it in 10 seconds. Let's do it like 10 seconds, so both happy. It's like at some point it's hard to balance out everything because also they do the creep pull. Actually, forgot which one was it. Is it like level 6 or 7? Actually, they act like heroes in a way, so they would be hex shorter.
yeah,
So
level 6 creeps and up.
yeah,
They,
so the pull trick would be basically almost the same on level 6 creeps, which have all a lot of times the items, so it would not affect like too much.
well,
Yeah. Yeah.
I can tell you anything. I agree, disagree. It
Yes.
may not, if you
Uh,
ask me.
I'm curious. What point of views people could see a balance from?
What point of views?
Yeah, like let's say a pro player views the game like this, and they would suggest based on pro players' field of vision balance changes.
Well, I definitely we should interview them. No matter how they are biased, they can tell.
Nah. I
Yeah.
mean like how many types you think there is? Like there's let's say there's pro player, normal player, or something like that.
Well, there are top pro players.
Mm-hmm.
There could be some influential people like Grabby, Infi, big streamers like Neo,
Mm-hmm.
even Remo Demo. Even though I think his suggestions are very out of touch, he's in the loop. He's with this game for
Mm-hmm.
many years. He can speak up, say his
Mm-hmm.
opinion. It has to be, of course, analyzed and
Yeah.
taken with a grain of salt
Mm-hmm.
and sanity. But everyone, well, every influential persons definitely
Yeah.
can contribute. Um, also, somehow, I don't know how every person in community can contribute because, look, some people are dying to help with balance changes or push for some
Mm-hmm.
ideas from their own, like DZ style. I've heard like 2 weeks ago he pushed his own set of ideas,
Mm-hmm.
and okay,
I see.
everyone can read. I can agree, disagree,
Yeah.
but he wants to say something to people. I want to say something
Mm.
about balance. You want to say something
Yeah.
about balance. So, in some way, there should be ways to communicate. I'm not sure how. Maybe I posted a topic. Should it be a sort of a set
Balance
of people?
council.
yeah, maybe you if I persuade Starbuck or Grubby or Neo or Remo
Mm,
Demo about certain change, then they will
yeah,
speak up from myself. Maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe there should be some platform where people can just post and
yeah,
people from Blizzard will say, we read every post on this platform, no matter how garbage it is, no
yeah,
matter what, but they read and they pay
yeah.
attention to that. I don't know, seriously.
Uh,
But I would, sorry, just to finish,
mm-hmm,
it's not only like people say you have to have 2000 plus MMR to give
mm,
feedback. I don't think it's true. I think other people, the community can also should have ways to speak up of about their frustration. I don't know, Pala
yeah,
rifles, right? More scream,
yeah,
got nerfed. This is what should be.
yeah.
The
Um, how I see this, people would see it like this. There's point of views of high MMR players, mid players, low bottom ones. There's also the caster point of view, the viewer point of view. And there's like someone like me currently who's like observer because I don't play that much of the game now, and I'm just like observing like a third party from the view and seeing how it's going everything. And I would because I would say Neo is very basic. I would put him with Remo and other casters in the caster category because for them, let's say the whole community would say Breaker Mirror is the best thing ever, and I don't think Neo or Remo gonna like this idea ever because for them to cast that is a snooze fest for the viewers probably as well, and for the players could be just fun because it's like micro intensive. The best player wins, and that's pretty much the bare bones of it. It's like who's the better at micro? That's the player is the best one, and as that's what I would say. Some of the changes that Neo or Remo is doing is more from caster's point of view because they want to see in their cast heroes they don't see. Like at the start, they were saying, "Wow, Starbuck is using Pala Rifle. Wow, Pala Rifle is the new meta." It's like fun and exciting for the casters and the viewers. I think it's like very hard to balance everything around all these groups because in a way I would say like this: pro players have different meta, mid players have also different meta, and the bottom ones also different meta. And what is the hardest part? You want to see all the three groups of the players, what they have in common, the biggest problem. Let's say Pala Rifle problem is at a lower level, mid level, and a high level. That's easy to say, okay, Pala Rifle is too strong. But let's say if it's 1 and 2, like the mid one and the top one is fine, but the bottom one is getting massacred. But then you have a dilemma. If the new you get a new player and he suffers, let's say, from Farseer, Wolves, and Headhunter rushes. As a human player, that's basically cancer to play versus. Because it's you have some who's are summoning wolves non-stop, you set your base 24/7, and is that good for a new players to experience? Hell no. It's like if you wanna kill the game's accessibility, make everything about tier 1 rushes, pushes, most people are gonna quit because by the time they wanna try to build the super cool units they seen in the campaign, like the Frostworm, Abomination, Tauren, they would be dead to Farseer Headhunters Tower Rush or something. It's very, I would say, at some points you need to take sacrifices if you wanna make the player base grow at some point. Because you need to sometimes sacrifice the pro players so that you have like the little fish that would be the new viewers, the new players, maybe the new happier Lin, so that we can feed on them later on, so there would be more sponsorships and so on. which would be beneficial for the game, I would say long run. But it's very hard to convince the pro players and mid players that you cannot mass a Valor rifle every game. Sorry, it's it's not the thing. It's for example, a lot of I notice lower players they like to mass one unit only. It's in a way, and the thing is, they probably gonna feel the changes the hardest. So if, let's say you nerf the headhunters, they probably gonna feel like 20 times more than a top player would, because the unit they mass consistently, they would feel it way weaker compared to other unitless massing, let's say. And that expands with mass fiends and you massing headhunters with expansion also. At some point you were able to win, but after the patches, you started to lose consistently, then it's problem. Also becomes the problem a lot of people don't want to change what they're playing, so example AKM, so
They want to play same thing again and
yeah.
again. Well, I agree with you. I mean, we should kind of be open to everything that's happening and yes, try to avoid meta or things being very close to meta, like massing one unit, massing hunts,
Yeah.
massing rifles, headhunters, or whatever. So that's probably one of the tasks of the balance team. Try
Yeah.
to come up with a few
Yeah.
changes that keep this in place.
Now that you mention about the huntresses, I seen some posts you trying to make huntresses being more used on tier 3. So did you got any progress done or how it's going?
I got feedback, so and I tried to not delete the topic, but pretty much delete all the rant that I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Look, some players and Starbuck, Dondo, they told me they see Huntresses as tier one, tier two unit that gives some tempo. And
Yeah.
I don't know, if players see it that way, then maybe Blizzard should
I,
follow that idea pretty much
I,
and maybe review some of the changes.
I think how you can make it a bit more viable late game.
Uh,
You know the owl upgrade for huntresses, right?
yes.
It's currently a one-time use item ability. I think it
Mhm.
should be a multiple use one, like with a cooldown, because in a way you're getting punished for saving units, which is Warcraft 3 is all about. Let's say you lose 0 huntresses and you 50 food. You don't have the ability no more. So in a way you kinda want to lose the unit, but you don't want to give the enemy the XP either. So I would say it should be a bit more cooldown. And also, I don't understand why Blizzard is buffing archers in a way. Maybe they want to see Elf using more archers or something.
No, the footmen deal grunts and what are these? Ghouls deal 10% more damage to. No, receive 10% less damage from
Mm,
archers.
mm,
Therefore, they added 10% HP to
mm,
archers. That's my feeling.
I see.
They didn't care about
I think if people want to see more archers, I would say wood cost for archers should be either removed or reduced. Because a lot of times you see, like, if people expand, they want to also go to tier 2 right away as well. And the archers are basically counter unit to that because you see human massing peasants and footmen that cost only gold. And then massing ghouls, orcs, well, they don't expand, so we can not mention them. So it leaves elf with archers or huntresses for expansion holding, which is if you wanna have more archers, you're gonna delay your tier 3 more, your druids, and so on. I would say if we wanna see, let's say, more hippo riders or something, I would say we need to reduce archer cost for wood. So it would maybe compensate for the cost reduction. It would be a bit more gold or something. Because then you would have like a bit more elf expansions You have elves having a bit more easier to hold early game versus footmen because they don't get punished by wood as much, so you don't need to probably how you say the wisp gather speed as well buffed because they have archers in a way to compensate the losses because they make 3-4 currently, so that would be 30-40 lumber saved in a way, so it could help with that as well.
Well, could be. I don't know. Elf got a small. Well, it's got the lumber gathering buff. What is 7% now?
Mm.
I don't know. It should be enough. I mean, they played for what 20 years without it, and now 7% buff. This is
Uh,
quite
it was
good.
back reverted, I believe, the new patch, so it's now back to old one, I
To
believe.
7?
Yeah,
No, I think no, I think it's 7.5.
I can check it quick.
So it was from 7 to 8, and now from 8 to 7.5. So it was like a 14% buff. Now it's only 7% buff. Um,
Where is it? Up, up, up.
maybe they need it.
I would say they kind of need it because all the lumber costs for other races were reduced, and elves, in a way, the only ones that are suffering from it the
Yes.
most, and they keep
So
getting suffered more.
yeah. So as you say, maybe maybe Night Elf need more help with the lumber department.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think
again,
if you want to help with that, I would say is maybe instead of gather rate to nerf like some unit wood cost and extend like maybe dried wood cost -5 or something like that. It's you need to play around with that.
I think
And
Dondo. Yeah, sorry,
uh,
Dondo in his document for the previous patch had less nature's blessing cost, less other lumber cost for the hunter's hall, and I agree. Maybe for dryads, less lumber is
yeah.
possible, but I don't know. Maybe this lumber buff is enough. Who knows?
Uh, it's hard to say because you have like other races now being more aggressive currently compared to last 2-3 years before. So they're more into elf base, more aggressive, more wisp delays, and the thing is, if we look at wisp buff in the vacuum, yeah, it's pretty good, but we need to also have in mind downtime, buildings, moving around with the scouting. If you're getting harassed, you also need to move around the wisps, so also that also costs wood time. It's in a way how, let's say, you could, in theory, let's say you could have perfect army in 15 minutes, like 100-foot frost worms. If opponent doesn't go to your side and goes AFK, you can win. This is like perfect scenario in a vacuum, but they probably gonna try to delay you much as possible. They wanna harass you and want to delay everything they can. So we need to also have in mind when you buffing like gather speeds for workers, the delay times. At the start, I was thinking the lumber gather speed for humans was very strong buff for the upgrade, but eventually it turned out it's like it's okay. It's like not game breaking. It's fine. It's decent. I would say maybe give the elves as well. Like give let them keep the gather speed upgrade. That also giving us Kahu playing with actually third hero because probably elves were not able to play their third heroes before because of the lumber shortages. So we see now Kaho playing bottom third. It could be maybe lead eventually to some new strategies in the future.
Yeah, they could get tier 3 technology faster, bears faster,
Mm,
lowers faster, and third hero as well. They get it a little bit faster because of the lumber,
yeah,
uh, which hopefully will help Night Elf versus Undead because as we talked about, I understand Happy is a great player, but
yeah.
100% rate is too much. I mean, there should be,
Well,
I don't know.
it's I would say like a Sandet player. I feel I'm paying sins for Happy's wins. Each time he wins, I know, okay, which unit's gonna get nerfed this time? Oh, it's the Lich, great, thank you. Now I can play only Crippler. I see, oh, you nerf another one, okay. Just waiting at some point, waiting until it's gonna be a nerf to a Shade somehow. It's like,
Yes.
it's also annoying for undead players, I would say, because if one player is very overperforming, let's say 40 would overperform crazily, then human players would be annoyed because, well, Fortitude wins, that equals next patch you're gonna get another nerf. And it's you just like, okay, which unit is today, Blizzard? A footman? Okay. What is the next one? Oh, you don't know yet? Okay. See you later then.
Well, maybe there could be some changes that nerf Happy, but help regular players, for example.
I think how it should be possible is, I would say, besides like few things about undead, I would say it's pretty balanced in the way it is. In a way, I would say fiends, they not TBT touch, they perfectly fine. Acolytes are fine. If I would prefer something change about them, it would be happy suggestion. Necropolis, it works like Tree of Life. You cannot move it, but can you tangle the haunted gold mine? But it would cost more. Like, so basically now it costs Necropolis 200 gold, but with this change basically combine the two costs and you get the super expensive Necropolis, but it haunts the gold mine and the acolyte is safe, and you just like a bit less vulnerable
Wait,
to base attacks. In a way, it's also would delay the Undead Expo because first you need to build Necropolis and then you need to hunt the gold mine. So in a way, also would fix the problems with possible problems that Elf complain about Undead Expo, but also could be problematic later on for Undead versus Human because Human would be just canceling like in a way entangled Undead Gold Mine. So it's
this is a game,
hard.
a big change, and they will need to change all the campaigns and
Yeah,
so on and so on. So,
yeah,
I Blizzard, there is a very low chance we'll go for.
yeah, yeah. Who
Maybe
knows?
other cities here, but if to daydream,
Yeah.
I think this makes sense to me. I
I
agree.
think the main things about that should be changes. The Banshee possession, Necromancer's skill tree. I would told Gargoyle's Paradise to be fixed, but it's already fixed, thank God.
If they fixed.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know if it works like properly, like defend from Footman, but
yeah.
it should, I hope.
I think it's also like what should be added to the game is uh same upgrade for like ability that gargoyles have now, like the prioritize air or ground. Gyrocopter should have it as well with the flying machine bombs. I
Could
never
be.
hear anyone mention about it. It should be because I would say why no one using it is because well you wanna attack it air, they're gonna start randomly attacking ground. It's like it's annoying. Maybe like even have uh like triple toggle, so it would be only buildings, only units, only air, or something like that.
Isn't it too much? I've heard maybe even this prioritize should not be needed, but should be even encode hardly enforced into the unit mechanic. If there is something air nearby and you didn't,
I,
and you just click attack,
I think it's
uh,
better for players to have control over it because they can maybe they want specific something else. Let's say AI may prioritize to hit workers first encoded, right? But the guy wants to kill not the workers first this time, but the building.
for the
So
build.
it's like I would say it's better to have like same toggle option for gyrocopters because it would make sense. They have the bomb upgrade. People should have obviously they want to pick when they want to use the bomb upgrade or you have an ability. The bomb upgrade could be like you know how Demon Hunter simulation, right? So you have
Yes,
like
yes.
turn it on and off. So maybe that would be easier fix. That would be probably, I think human players would love it probably, because they was maybe with some people would say it's useless, but it's something you probably be needed later on, because you don't want to get the bomb upgrade, I would say, because you go versus mass air and you see random like 20 gyrocopters attacking a hero, and you're just like, oh, that's why everything died. Okay. It makes the unit less used because of these kind of problems. Like, there's a lot of, I would say, if we want to say Hippo Riders more, maybe give Hippo Riders upgrade for poison as well, or something. Because they cost a lot of food, gold, and give a lot of XP. So it becomes, the unit is not very used because of those reasons. Cost too much food, it's for food. Basically, a Wind Rider has okay range, but can killed pretty easily. And what is the perk of it? It's nothing much. It's a bit more extra glorified archer. It's better to have them poison or something. Something like not the poison that would be slowing, because that's gonna be very big problematic. Like imagine if Wind Riders could they're hit them with poison and they have Dryad poison. It's like it's a bit too much. Maybe like something with Wyvern poison that would over time take some HP or something. Then maybe we would see more Hippo Riders, but besides that, we will not see it probably, because it's just like too much investment. You need Agent of Wind, you need not Laura's Agent of Wars, and you basically limit it to these units.
Good. Definitely, I have to teach something in 5 minutes. I have
I
to
see.
teach it. I'll be
Yeah.
happy to talk one more, well, not one more time, as many times as you want.
Yeah, sure.
Can we agree to meet one more time or a few more times to talk through
Yeah,
your ideas?
we can
You
finish
have a
it a
doc.
bit later today if you want.
Uh, Maybe if you have an idea, a document with your ideas, can you send it to me so I can read them? Because
For
you're,
balance,
yes, like for hippo riders, all these things that you're saying, or it's
I
just in
guess
your
I could
mind.
write it down while I'm in the train at work, like from Monday slowly, like bunch of ideas and so on.
Okay, and you can send them not only to me, to Razor, Moon, and if you guys have some pack together or
Yeah,
something combined, I would be interested to read. Maybe somebody can
yeah, yeah, yeah.
publish
That's
it. Well, why not?
yeah, it was a good talk. Like at least I gone through like half of the questions, basically at least.
Okay, good. So maybe not today. I have to teach a few classes
Yeah,
today, so
understandable.
I'll write you. Good.
Okay,
So
sure. No worries. I have all day free today.
yeah,
Okay then.
thank you.
Enjoy with your
See
classes.
you.
Yeah. Yes.
What do you want to talk about? There are many things, and I also, yeah, I'll be happy to ask you also a few questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Don't mind. Uh, we just were talking before, like about what possible ideas. Before it was like suggestion I give, like for hippo riders, some maybe some poison or something to make them more viable. That's basically where
Right.
we left off.
Look, I don't know. I remember talking to Dondo, and one major idea is that we don't want to overbuff air in
Yeah.
any match. So air should be sort of a viable option,
Yeah.
maybe close to meta, or
Yeah. I think.
it's medium strong, not too strong.
Yeah.
So I find if Hippo riders are, or I think it should be okay if Hippo riders are occasionally strong, or maybe in one matchup
Mm-hmm.
they're viable, but overall, I mean, they can't be main stable unit. It's gonna
Yeah.
be too much. So poison, I don't know. Uh, Archer's got 25 HP, so that's some buff to them.
Mm-hmm.
they got faster mounting and dismounting, which actually what? Every 10 seconds you can dispel pretty much. If you
Mm-hmm.
got slowed, you dismount, you get two units
Mm-hmm.
that are not slowed anymore,
Yeah,
or vice. And you can see the power of the healing scroll.
yeah,
Unmount healing scroll, double the value of it.
yeah. Yes. I think it's like the thing is also what should be done about them is it should be fixed, like something about the unit, because it's like it's a it's a basically dead unit in a way, because it's like if you go to that unit, it's like you get no outcomes that would be good. Maybe a change for Hippo Riders would be not for the stats, maybe change like how Hippo Rider like works to extent, let's say we change Hippo stats enough that it would be one supply unit but lower HP, kind of like a gyro or something, but it could be get mounted. Maybe then to be used, because I would say currently I would not say it's even good, even a small bit. The unit it's useless unless you're
You mean
trolling.
grips, right?
Yeah, I mean Hippo
Well,
Riders. I mean like Hippo Riders.
wait, your idea, you can make Hippogriff to be a smaller unit,
Yeah,
only one food.
yeah,
So
but you
instead of
lower
five,
yeah, but you
five
lower
eight.
stats, cost and so on. But the thing is, with that, it's very delicate. It's hard to say how it should be, because the problem with currently with Hippo Riders is they cost too much food for what they give. They cost too much resources, and it takes a lot of time, like kind of like set up everything you need. The improved bows, you also kind of want to have improve archery as well for them at some point. It's kind of becomes like, why should you build them if you can build, let's say, bears, mountain giants, even like bears and chimeras would be better than hippo riders. It kind of becomes like what you do is kind of like a useless unit in a way.
Well, one way to make them useful, look,
Mm-hmm.
it turns out, so a few ideas that in Warcraft 3, there are units, and mm, every unit has its own niche,
Yeah.
and there is not that much overlap. So you have a few staple units and you have a few secondary units, right? So for
Mm-hmm.
Night Elf, lores are a staple
Yeah.
second tier building they make, and then they go bears, dryads, and so on. So Ancient of Wind becomes like a secondary support
Mm-hmm.
building. They build to support their army, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
There were strategies when they did what? Fairy dragons, mass fairy dragons,
Yeah.
which,
Yeah, it was versus undead.
yes. So
Uh,
one way to make
mm-hmm.
to see them more often is to make sure Night Elf uses this tech, then the Ancient Wind tech more often. So if they build talons more often,
Mm-hmm.
they may build 4 or 5 archers at the beginning of the game. They build Ancient the Winds, a few Hippo Riders to transition or to make like temporary use of them, and then they switch to
Mm.
talons or something like that. So if there could be strategy involving not only hippogriffs but also talons or fairy dragons that are used early in the game, maybe they will be used in some situations. Like
Mm.
I remember Foggy against Happy, he had like 4 archer opening, and then
Mm-hmm.
he was switching to mass fairy dragons, but in between he was building 3 4 hippogriffs
Mm-hmm.
for these archers to beef them. So with those hippogriffs he could absorb some tank some damage.
Yeah.
They were in front of his fairy dragons, so that was kind of a use. But
Yeah. It's I think it's like the problem with this kind of use is he gets a few hippo riders just because he had leftover archers. If you have no archers left, it becomes this very useless then in a way. It's you cannot use it efficiently, I would say, compared to other units, because why you want to get like few hippo riders at the start is uh, they quite beefy and they do a bit more damage than fairy dragons. So it's good early harass unit. At that same time, you also make use of your how you call it.
Ancient of Wind.
Yeah,
Or,
H and the wind and leftover archers. It's
yeah.
becomes like over time like it's very nice.
Maybe is if there is something in Ancient Wind to transition, maybe fairy dragons or
Yeah.
something else later you find useful to use, then it could be more often. Like same for orc. If
Yeah.
there is a good place for walkers, spirit walkers in the meta or in a certain matchup, then once orc reaches tier 3, they can add a
Mm-hmm.
tauren.
Yeah.
And why not, right?
Yeah.
One tauren could be good. So um, if Night Elves could use Ancient of Wind more often in their games, that
Mm.
could promote the use of hippo riders and hippogriffs.
I think it's like big problem is like the costs of the unit, because how much I talked with some elves, they say it's like too expensive. Like how much the unit gives you actually, it's like not as good. That's
Well,
kind of
let's
the
say
problem.
what you can do. You can beef up stats, like give it one more armor, right?
Yeah.
Uh, or give it more damage. I don't know. It has the same damage as Archer.
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe
do
like
you want it?
maybe
Uh,
give them like something like animal war training to for some HP or something. I'm not sure.
yes, you can beef up the stats. I agree.
Mm.
To the moment when they will become strong, but you wish they had some, in-fight use. Like
Yeah.
what? A fairy dragon has a mana flare.
Yeah.
Talents have a certain spell. So you wish it could have some, instead of just strong stats, something, an ability they can be used and they could be strong for that.
Yeah.
And just mounting and mounting Archer feels like not strong enough.
It's also the problem is like how much XP they give, because they for food and they give like fair bit of XP as well as like the level 4 unit. So it's plus it's they are pretty easy to kill. With I believe they have light armor.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, they do.
yes. So it's not that very useful for most of the fights. Like if you wanna, a lot of times I would say with hippo riders, if you're gonna fight with them, you better just lame, to be honest, because you cannot take a lot of time straight up fights for a longest time. That's I would say like big weakness of the hippogriff riders as well as at least how
Could
I
be.
see it.
Look, you can add one more armor maybe, or you can make like a wyvern change their level from four
Yeah.
to three. Uh, I think these are both interesting changes, but just to make them get to the like medium level, not to top unit level,
Mm. Yeah.
just not to overbuff air,
Yeah, I understand. It's just like
them as an air unit.
sometimes
Because
it's
I don't think like massing air units is cool.
yeah, I understand. It's like it's a lot of times it's like you
Yeah.
need to find like kind of like a sweet spot what
So
hippo
I
riders
think
could
we're
do.
more or less on the same page. So
Yeah.
maybe night elves have even better ideas
Yeah,
on that.
maybe they. For me, I would say it's probably the best way to
Okay,
have like
are you
some light.
there?
Should be. Yeah, yeah, but the thing is like the big problem is they have use for them. because in a way they kind of like feels like a shittier version of wyvern. They don't have poison. They cost about the same food, and I think maybe the cost even is this same based on gold. I'm not sure. If you put together the archer cost plus the hippogriff cost as well, so it becomes like in a way kind of like how should I say it? In a way useless because it's like you a lot of times you use wyvern because the poison stacks. That's like a very big part of it.
I don't know. Maybe there could be some help. I think one thought I thought maybe we can move improved balls to tier one
Hmm.
because you will research them only after you make like four archers already. There is like not a big deal to research improved bows for two archers, right? You make like four or
Yeah.
five of them and then you research it. And at that point, you should be pretty much already on tier two.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe move those marksmanship to tier two.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe make it not +4 but +3. But if marksmanship is on tier two, then I can mass archers, and that upgrade is also valid for hippo riders.
Yeah.
And I can do tier two hippo rider play with marksmanship. Maybe.
Maybe it would be possible. It's like on this kind of like changes. It's like best to ask like someone like Goliath or something like that what they think about it. Like
Yeah.
because we can guess. I'm not an elf player, so it's just like for me, it's like a big guess. Like what could be good, what could be bad. So it's who
Yeah.
knows.
We can make theories, but at the end, yes, it's better to ask players.
Yeah, it's like maybe they have an idea like what could be good use of the unit as well. What could be quite intriguing as well to know what could it be.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about necromancers.
Mm-hmm.
Look, let's think together. They had a change of spells some time ago, and
Yeah.
it didn't work.
Uh, it.
That didn't work.
I think it because they. I believe they changed it to cripple was level 2, skeletons was still level 1 spell, and cripple I believe still stayed level 3, if I
And
remember
they had
correctly.
cripple level one.
Oh.
Cripple was level one.
Mm-hmm.
They had Kelly's level two, adapt level,
Mm-hmm.
and Masters was what it's called, Unholy
Yeah.
Frenzy, but it
Yeah.
was for several
Yeah,
units
yeah,
at once.
AoE. Yeah, yeah,
AoE, Unholy Frenzy.
yeah.
So this one
It's
didn't work.
yeah.
People complain.
I think it's just because you probably would prefer to have Unholy Frenzy on second spell instead, because with skeletons it's like on tier 2 you cannot much use them. To be honest, it's like cannot build up enough necromancers in time and so on. At least for me, I would say it's better to have them skeleton upgrade only tier 3, and the rest of the upgrades should be like maybe switch it up, maybe Unholy Frenzy first and then cripple second. Maybe could be work like this as well. It's just with the skeletons is like if you play skeleton strats, it's like double-edged sword. The longer the game goes, the worse it's gonna be for you in long term, because eventually well, you cannot outmass it. You cannot if the more you mass, the stronger opponent's levels become, because like we've seen like some of the games happy trying to play Necros versus Fortitude, right? And it became like a mess just because well simply yeah, Fortitude just if he lives the first push, he starts to level very quick from the skeletons. And also, I'm not saying like skeletons should give less XP, because also it's not very fun. We found out that watching someone play Necro Wagon it kind of kills the skill of the game as well, becomes it's like massing units. And also, for me personally, I would say it's like very horrible to see some player like happy. uh he has amazing micro, and he is forced to play only well, he's forced to play only summons non-stop and nothing else. You cannot see his micro, nothing. It becomes like what made that player stand out kind of lose it in a way. I would say it's not a very good thing for the game to have in general.
Well, design-wise, you can even think like as an undead, you can go for slaughterhouse on tier 2 and you get obsidian statue. What can be better than that? I mean, if you go for for necromancers, do you get such value, such much value as
Yeah,
going for obsidian statue, and then on tier 3 you get destroyers
yeah,
and dispel, right? So
yeah.
that's a very strong tech tree that you want to sort of have a decent alternative to that. And if you go necromancers, what do you get? You probably need two temples, right?
For
And
Necros, yeah, kind of like two temples. You also want the meat wagon upgrade as well for at the same time. So it kind of consumes even more resources than actually would be going for, um, let's say, one temple of the den, one slaughterhouse, fiends, banshees, and few statues, and maybe a destroyer. That actually costs in less in a way than a necro wagon, because you want to have like all the mastery for the necros. You want to have the skeleton mages upgrade. You want to upgrade for the both for the meat wagon upgrades. It stacks up a lot, and on top of that, you must have statues for the necromancers because they're gonna run out of mana so quick. It's gonna be useless very quick unless you have like I don't know, like 50 necromancers, 4 wagons, and you 100 food, and it's like then it would not matter too much for the statues because you have like already too many units. But besides that, I would say it's very important. I would say it's like to fix a lot of things with some units, because in a way, like if I get necromancer, what use I get then on tier 1? Cripple could be okay. Maybe I could slow someone running away. Or you could see fiends, necromancers versus night elf, something like that. Or let's say it's unholy frenzy. That's very good for the lich then on tier 1. Like some players that like to play Pittler as well would be encouraged to get more necromancers because, well, the frenzy is on tier 1 spell. It's I would say for necromancers, like in a way their skill tree needs to be reworked to extent, because it's kind of useless currently. I would say it's like you cannot get immediate use from the necromancer besides the skeletons. By the time you get the upgrade for the unholy frenzy, it's kind of awkward because, well, either you could gotten this one or anti-magic. Anti-magic is better, so you would prefer to get benches then. And it becomes like a lot of different choices. It leads to one outcome, like necromancers look so limiting on what you can do in the game that in a way you cannot play nothing else too much, I would say. At least how I see it. It's just not very good unit to have like for immediately to use something like that compared to anything else what is in the game, like for undead to use, like banshees you can have curse right away, which is amazing crowd control for the mischance.
Yes.
You get the anti-magic, which is amazing versus nuke. Even is great versus orc because of the stomp damage, and it protects from wiring poison. And then you have the master upgrade, which is possession that you can get a very some strong very unit if the opponent doesn't notice. And if you compare it to necromancers, well, at the start you get skeletons that feed the enemy XP, and it costs a fair bit of mana. And you need to have good chunk of them to able to do something. It's not very good. Then you
Yeah, I
go,
can buy a rod of skeletons
yeah,
for 150. I'll have
yeah,
10 skellies for much cheaper than
yes,
building all this for necromancers. True. Even if you give it a good level 1 spell, look, take sorceress.
yeah,
Slow is a very good level
yeah,
1 spell. But still, humans don't build sorceress that quickly. They go for priests first.
yeah,
Priests are stronger. And sorks maybe later if they have time and
yeah.
such option. So,
Yeah, it's like a lot of
so
times depend on the games as well, how they going. Because sometimes, let's say, you have expansion, you could feel you can get more things. A lot of times where humans will get priests is because I would say the heal of the priest is like very crazily strong for sustain. Like, and the thing is, for sources, you need one or two, and they can auto cast, which is also beneficial. And I don't know, maybe Unholy Frenzy should be maybe tier 1 spell, because it would benefit right away the undead at the early game, like for the lich, for the units. It's already would be pretty good boost and maybe valid option to pick. To have at very least one or two necromancers at very least later on or late game, because I don't think undead late game army would use the necromancers, to be honest, because it's like a lot of necromancer spells are single cast, and it's cripple is only good versus big units currently like chimeras, frost swarms, something like that. Then yeah, you can feel it, but also the problem with that is this spell. It's also you need to balance out with the effect with the this spell. So I would say maybe cripple would be better for tier 1 spell, because there's a fair bit of dispel in the game. So the longer you take to get the cripple, I don't know. I would say it's better than the current skill tree for the necromancer, the skeletons first, because it's hardly ever you see someone use the only skeleton warriors, unless you see Kaz playing it and he has like 10 graveyards next to enemy base and he's sending bunch of skeletons like that.
yeah, to
Yeah.
the enemy. Mm, yeah, I would love to brainstorm that with some undead so they sit and they can tell, hey, this is the order of spells which is the strongest,
Yeah.
and then let's try to make necromancers work because what else did I think? I thought some crazy ideas. I would actually remove sacrificial pit and move shade to Temple of the Damned to be a unit there. So if you want to have a shade, you build Temple of the Damned.
Mm,
So in that sort of sense, undead's tech is not spread out. So if you build Temple of the Damned at tier 3, let's say, you'll have a shade there that you can
mm,
build.
yeah.
That gives slightly more incentive to go Temple of the Damned tech tree.
Yeah, but
And for necromancers, I don't know.
it's like there's some units in Warcraft 3 that they need a rework, no matter how you look at them. It's
Yes, so that has to be thought.
yeah. I think it's also the thing with like you suggest like to remove the sacrificial pit building, but it's like it's pretty nice building to block if you want to have like a base layout, like anti siege one, because it takes fair bit of space and the cost is basically just lumber for
Yeah,
that.
it's 900 HP, and players at the end of the game they just build 10 of them and they leave the game, and you have to destroy all that.
And yeah, it's pretty good building like for blocking expansions or something like that, like to make entrance harder. Plus, I would not say it's like too much bad for a sacrificial pit to be like this. Could be maybe if you want to have a change for it. I don't know. Maybe you could sacrifice some acolyte or some unit, and then we have like some like the dagger's effect of healing. So you just sacrifice some unit, and it would be healing around the sacrificial pit or something like that. It's
Could
just
be, or yeah,
yeah.
or I don't know. Yeah, there could be multiple ways to design the game. I don't know how to make sacrificial pit useful because it feels like it's one unit building, same as boneyard. So undead has like four buildings,
Yeah,
and they only use slaughterhouse actually among these four buildings.
yeah, but I wanna say it's like a big problem to be honest for undead. It's like the unit is good enough, the cost is good enough as well because you have permanently invisible unit, which is very hard to track. That can block expansions. It becomes very tedious and annoying to deal with later on. And I would say it's pretty good role for the unit to be honest. I would say it's
Yeah,
good enough.
I don't want to remove shade. I just thought, well, if we brainstorm what could be an option for undead to build Temple of the Damned more often is to put shade into Temple of the Damned, like a tier 3 unit.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
then, well, I am not suggesting it anywhere. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I understand. It's just like with a lot of changes, it's hard to balance everything out perfectly. And
And
and like some
mhm.
changes you just well you need to gamble. Which one is gonna be good, which one is gonna be bad, and so on.
Same for necromancers. You
Yeah.
should be, if we want to say we're gonna make changes, we should accept from the start that something will be different and maybe something will be
Yeah.
missing.
Yeah.
So some old plays won't work in the new rework.
Yeah, it's well, it's part of the game to be honest. It's like hard to balance everything perfectly that everyone would be happy consistently. So it's you cannot change some stuff. Like I guess sometimes some units not gonna be used in some modes. Like for example, mountain giants are pretty good on like 4v4, but we don't see them on 1v1 maps. It's a lot of like some units have special roles for special game modes, which is I would say is also pretty nice in a way.
Yeah, yeah, you see them more often in other modes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Definitely. Do you have any other questions or
I do.
anything else you'd like to talk about?
Uh, you probably talk with Don Dalari, Neo, or Emo to extent, right?
A little bit to Dondo. I don't to talk to Remo, and I almost don't talk to Neo. I don't to talk to them, but Neo sometimes replies to me and Don Dalari. He's busy
I
quite, but
see.
sometimes he can reply.
Is there a way that we would know, like, do you have idea what is like kind of vision of back to Warcraft's theme of balance, where it should be going in what direction, or like you're not aware of that? What could it be?
I don't know. I think Carson is in US. He's a free bird. Remo
Yeah.
Demo is in his, I would say, delusional world of changes. He wants tier two or what, two base play everywhere. And
Yeah.
when I read his balance notes, I was like, oh, I hope Blizzard doesn't see them. Most of them, some of them may have an idea, but I find them very
It's with Remo's
awkward.
changes, I would say simply like this: 90% is bad, 10% is good. That's pretty much how I see most of his changes. How it would be a lot of times.
Yes. So see, they have to be handpicked,
Yeah.
and you know, you can think about yourself the same or myself. If I
Yeah.
propose my sense of balance changes, you should be ready that people will say to you that 90% of them are no good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, even though you think it's on the opposite, almost all of them are
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
be used.
It,
Yeah. So
well, it's part of balanced discussion. There's nothing you can change like too much.
yeah, and Neo, I don't know. Neo, you can see his reaction whenever patches come out.
Yeah.
So I think that's his true reaction. Sometimes he's playing a game of what, hyping certain things.
Yeah.
I don't know, and that could make Blizzard react. I mean, he can say something and they
Yeah.
may react to that, but I don't know if he pushes for a certain change. He certainly was happy about and pushed probably for the piercing damage change.
Hmm.
He was he liked it or he was proposing it. I don't know, but they are independent, and I think Neo disagrees with Remo Demo's things a lot. So he just say, "Whatever, dude, go ahead, you're on your own."
I see. Yeah, it's. I would say a lot of times it's hard for people to give a fair bit of decent feedback as well, because sometimes, like in Warcraft 3 community, like get very very defensive for their races, because a lot of the patches for a very long time currently it was very big changes, and everyone, I would say, to extent afraid their race gonna get nerfed to the ground with like 20 different changes and 20 different buffs to other race, which makes very hard for people like to cope that it's not gonna destroy their game or something like that. Because I would prefer how they did the changes currently. I was advocating for this for the longest time. Like, Blizzard should just do like perfect world. It would be 4 changes for each race, and you're not allowed to have more than 4. That's it. Each patch like this, I would say it could be more manageable to see the problems with possible metas and so on, and also becomes for the players a bit easier to adapt and not as panicky. I would say, like, oh my god, they nerfed like 10 things of my race and they buff like 20 things of some other races. Like, it becomes like very tit for tat. Oh, he got more buffs than me, why I don't get more buffs as well, and so on.
Well, you should not then listen to such people because truly people understand where are the true buffs and what are just cosmetic changes like that what
Uh,
ballista buff, research time buff. That's not
yeah,
a buff. Nobody builds glaive throwers.
yeah.
So
I think it's wrong on that part on you, because you need to also have in mind, like, people who don't understand these kind of changes the most is, well, the most new players, and they probably trying to mess their unit, and they see that's nerfed or a bunch of things nerfed on his race, and he's not gonna be happy. We need to kind of like dance around the role of trying to balance the game and also trying to They like jiggle the keys next to the new players and see, come on, come on, keep playing the game. It's your race is still playable, no worries.
Um, Definitely, you cannot make all people happy,
Yeah,
and some people will always complain. I remember, true story. There was a patch when undead was winning human a lot. I think Happy was doing this tier 3 push like 5, 6 years ago, and humans just couldn't hold it. So
I think it was the
no, no,
fire.
no, no,
It
no,
was
no,
the
no.
Pit Lord Rush, or no?
Yes,
Yeah,
Pit Lord. So in the patch, there were like undead was all red, almost all red.
yeah,
Human was almost all green,
yeah,
and then an human player, one of the community members, he writes, "Why did you nerf undead not so much? You should nerf them more."
yeah, yeah,
So like, dude, you are not happy. The whole patch is in your favor, and you're still not happy. You want, I don't know, fiends or something to be nerfed even more. Like, do you have any? Are you? Some people are insatiable.
yeah.
Like account create, they can be insatiable for buffs and nerfs.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
to be fair, he's a lot of times memeing.
yeah,
Like
he is.
he's a very good jokester with some changes. What we see, like he sees like, oh, human is getting like the first iteration of PTR of the Paladin Sora. He was calling it then for the longest time like Divine Aura.
Divine Aura, yes, yes, nice. 369 or what, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was then the level 1 gives like 3 or 4 armor, level 2 was 6 or 7, and I think level.
369,
Yeah,
369, very
yeah,
huge.
yeah. So he was calling it just Divine Aura, nothing is gonna die under it. It's the good thing that Blizzard didn't kept that change, because that would be, to be fair, it's gonna be like a lot of, like, how should I say this, like some changes like could be over the top just to make the thing used.
True, true. They tested, there were some matches on Back to Warcraft, PTR, and some people just masked rifles with Paladin, even before Pala rifles. And Happy couldn't win them, just couldn't win.
uh
Too much armor, too much armor.
yeah, it's sometimes it's also like accumulated changes over time, you could say, because like for example, how is, let's say human tier 3, I would say personally it's like got over buffed too much over the years, to the point it's like a bit too much. Like every possible tier 3 possibility for human was buffed very hard, and I would say only late human, only thing that could contest human is orcs. Just because I hear very loud some voices like that play FFA that I know that orc is dominating like FFA very hard because of the mirror image changes with critical strike.
Mhm.
Because I was running some tests with account create for fun, like I put healing word and level 5 Blade Master's 3 mirror images with level 2 crit, and some bunch of claws plus 5 on it, right? And the Demon Hunter was not able to kill the mirror images in time before he died. And Demon Hunter was, I believe, level 6 when we tested.
Yeah. So
It's like some changes, it could be late game so bad that some metas could be become like rushes. Like for some time, I would say undead would be just rushing human. because, well, there's nothing else you can do with that. It's like you need to rush the human or you're gonna lose late game fully. So you're gonna force to do one thing or another thing.
True. True. I agree.
It's uh, it's very hard to balance everything perfectly because, like how Todd told as well, was even there would be some super smart alien race would come to Earth, they not be able to balance this game perfectly. Plus, also everyone who says they want balance, I don't believe shit about that because I'm pretty sure if they had the chance, they they would not want to be equal. They want to be have advantage at something. So it's like every other game. Everyone wants to have advantage, but also screaming balance. So it's like I would say it's not possible to make everyone happy, but we need to make at least game easy enough to understand or attract the new players and keep them alive. Because I would see currently the new player enters, he sees Farseer headhunters and he dies instantly in a few minutes and he doesn't understand what happened. And it's
Well,
also,
hopefully he will be matched to some other beginner player who
yeah,
also has no clue what's going on, and they kind of all do some whatever creeping, basing things that they figure out up to that moment.
yeah, it's very hard, I would say, like to make everyone happy at the same time and also make that the game doesn't feel like horrible for everyone to play, because I would say it's pretty important to make everyone to extent happy so that everyone will be willing to stay for the next patch. Because, for example, me personally, I didn't want to play the game for the longest time for simple reason of, well, my races keep getting nerfed because of Happy. Thank you, Happy. And then the other thing is, I expect always the next patch I'm gonna get nerfed again. So what's the point? But and the one thing I wanted was like the change on DK's ultimate, and I say, oh, it's actually usable. Okay, there's maybe hope for Undead. I want to play it again. I would say sometimes it's good to give races to play something they would enjoy time to time at the very least,
True,
because
true.
if you have, they know they have like some dead ass unit they never use or skill or ability on the hero. It feels very nice when it gets buffed and you feel like, okay, they actually care about you a bit, so I can play the game a bit. So it's like at least how I see it.
I am with you. I hope. Well, I have some ideas. I wish I could talk to somebody from Blizzard and tell my ideas, or at least they could listen for some ideas that are in
Yeah,
the community. Doesn't have to be me, right?
yeah,
If they could at least have a communication channel where you can drop something, I can drop something, I don't know,
yeah.
back to Warcraft can say whatever they say, and then we know at least they look at it, they decided no, not to go with it, fine. But you have at least maybe somebody writing, yes, thank you, received,
Mm,
or we went through this.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But
Maybe,
yeah, it's also the problem with that kind of thing is it kind of needs to be kind of like a way to verify the accounts to extent, because if you open the gates, there's gonna be probably a couple thousand of suggestions randomly, and it's gonna be very time consuming for the Blizzard employees, and it's very hard to believe that they will go through 1,000 balanced suggestions. And some people I see write a huge paragraphs, and a lot of these you can throw it away, like grunts having chaos damage or something like that. It's very hard to make it useful, a system without verification, I would say. And who verifies who people should be talking about? That's another question as well. Because it's
Well, then, I don't know. There should be then Night Elf Discord, Undead Discord, Human Discord, Orc Discord. And each Discord will make its short list of suggestions, right? This is
maybe,
sort of a community
yeah,
effort. And then top two, three players of each race, I don't know how handpicked, or the same discords can be in Asia. So you
yeah,
reduce it to, I don't know, 50 feedbacks.
yeah. I think it's also with feedback for pro players because some of them would refuse to give it. Like
That's
for
their choice.
example, Happy, I'm pretty sure doesn't even communicate with Dondalari. I'm pretty sure for the balance changes.
Well, I can tell you, I was communicating with Happy up to 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got tired of all this BS
Yeah,
because he was quite frank with what he was saying.
yeah,
Maybe he had his undead bias, but he was saying, okay, I don't like this about humans, I don't like this
yeah,
about night elves, I don't like this about orcs, and this is what I would nerf for undeads.
yeah. I
At
think.
least you can see a few true ideas from a top player perspective, what's difficult for him. He
Mm,
was he could tell you this thing is not actually difficult. This is not a problem. The problem
mm,
is, and you like, aha, actually, I didn't think that that's the case.
mm.
And after some time, people mock him that he wants invulnerable acolytes instead of he actually said what you mentioned.
Yeah,
He said, if I would design a game, I would have a haunted gold mine like
yeah,
a night elf
yeah. Yes.
entangled. World.
Uh, Funny enough, I was there like 10,000 years ago when Happy did that request live on the stream. I was watching it. That's why I remember it.
Yeah,
Because,
I think I was requesting those things, sorry, from
yeah,
him
yeah,
in
it's,
English.
yeah, it was also before English. I understand like some Russian, so I can understand even he speaks Russian a bit to extent. And the thing is, he talked every possible unit. He mentioned which units should be not touched and his opinion for each race and so on. And I believe personally he did say at the start of the when he was did that his bias as undead player, that is his point of view as undead player. He make it very clear at the very start of the challenge he did for this, and people gone ape shit. On top of that, there was the Reddit post that did say that he wanted the invulnerable acolytes, and the thing is, well, you go check it and you're just like, well, that was not true, and also it would make someone like Happy for sure pissed off because like you ask for one thing and people say you told completely different thing, and they say you imagining things. It's basically just gaslighting him to believe something that is not true, which is, I would say, by itself as well as like uh quite insulting, I would say. At least for me it would be personally if someone goes and says, oh, why you don't do like this, and you're also wrong about everything. It's just like it becomes very aggravating because you try to do just for something people ask to challenge your opinion on. You give your opinion, people attack it, and they also lie about it. I think because of that, and also I believe I'm gonna throw some shit at Neo because I think he also promoted that post as well. Was he should have checked it if that was true 100%, and not some Reddit guy saying yes, that's what he told, even not even putting all of the context what he told about what units should be changed, what should not be changed, and so on. Because
True, but
it
things
makes
piled up. wasn't only one thing. It's over the
Yeah,
years he just understood what's the point him explaining his opinion. He'd rather be playing the game instead
yeah,
of talking to people around him. So he's quite a recluse or outcast. I don't know. He
yeah,
doesn't
in a
like
way.
talking to people.
I don't know. It didn't look to me like that. Like I talked to him, he's like a normal guy.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's quite decent, but
It's just I think
uh,
it's two problems became one because how should I say? Blizzard was the saying for Happy, like for example, the ultimate change that we got now. Blizzard was against it when Happy suggested it before, telling that it's stupid idea, that the Death Knight skill kit is already too great, so we're not gonna change that one. You get that one, you tell your opinion to community about your what you should be changed, the community also attacks you. You kinda like, if you don't wanna get attacked, why you engage with the conversation at the start, right? It's like, I would say he would, I don't think he's gonna ever gonna communicate with the community much because of this factor of invulnerable acolytes scandal thing.
well,
It's
yeah, and
it
many.
it's
Even
sad.
Blizzard contacts him directly and saying, "Hey, I'm a Blizz dev and I'm responsible for the balance. Can you give me your feedback?"
Yeah,
He may also say like, "Sorry, no,
yeah,
just
yeah.
leave me
Because
alone."
because he already told them before their opinions. He probably didn't change his points on the units too much, and he probably would say, "I give you before my opinion. You can read it that one. If you lost it, it's your problem. Goodbye." It's because it also, for him, it's also time consuming, like to give write down all the suggestions for each unit he thinks should be changed, what should not be changed. It's the video.
And it's his profession. It's
Yeah,
his what element. Warcraft 3. He does it for living.
yeah,
He can do it 1 hour. He can do the same thing he was doing in that video, going over units and explaining his
yeah,
opinion. But
yeah. But I would say it's like counter to that is like, does he even enjoy doing this kind of thing? Like, if you don't enjoy the way you do it, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Happy has accumulated some money, probably invested some money wisely, and he's doing pretty well. I would say he did got the new apartment in Moscow somewhere, so so he's doing fine. And it's like, I don't see why he should a reason why he should even engage with community too much, if what they do is attack him, and Blizzard just ignores his ideas. It's just like not very
yeah, even
great.
if he gives his bad feedback, Blizzard probably won't implement
Yeah,
most of it. I mean,
yeah,
and I would not go for most of it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
want to know his perspective just to have an idea what bothers him and what's possible.
Yeah,
Like I told you, from Night Elf players, I would like to know what are they willing agree to nerf for their race.
mm,
And when I hear complaints from other races, I can match. Okay, these guys complain about one list. These
yeah,
guys are acknowledge that we can nerf these things.
yeah,
Maybe I can match and find a few balance changes acceptable for Night Elves to accept the nerf, and for the other races to see, okay, there is something buffed.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
something like that.
yeah. I'm curious. How much think you think percentage does Vector Warcraft has influence over um, Warcraft 3's balance, like compared to Balnet forums, Reddit, and so on? Like how much you would say percentage wise, like how much Vector Warcraft has influence?
Maybe 25%. I think they're watching their videos and feedback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure. So 25% back to Warcraft, 25% maybe Grubby, 25% Reddit and those posts, they read them. Maybe Blizzard forum, and 25% there are some ideas I don't know where they are getting them. Maybe just Blizz devs come up with them.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there was a Blizz dev. He left Blizzard a few years ago, after Reforged crash or what fiasco, and he was on the team,
Mm-hmm.
and he said we had a long list of changes that are possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Sorks having the hex on heroes was in that list. A few other changes, maybe torrents with the resistance skin. So they had a list of changes, long list,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Blizz devs were sometimes looking in that long list
Mm-hmm.
and picking up those changes for the patch. Well, some time ago. Now I don't know, but I think like 25% are coming from them.
Mm. I see.
So that's something.
That's interesting. It's kind of interesting that Blizzard as well doing the why they changing the things as well, like for the game as well, like why they change the resistance skin or something like that. They have like the little devlog thingy below the change as well. They're just very nice change. How they doing the patches?
Yeah.
I'm
Let's
cu-
see.
I'm curious. Which units you think you should would need to have a change or heroes?
Well, I wish I could ask you that. What do you think?
Oh, well, you answer
Or
first, and then I'm gonna give you my take. I think that would be fair.
units. Well, I think if they fix hunts, that's a big change that would make the game interesting for night elves. It's a tier 1.5
Mm-hmm.
unit, like rifle, like headhunter. So if they make them work somehow, that's going to be a lot of. It's going to be good for the game. What else? Which units? Heroes. Heroes. Well, I like Dreadlord. I think the Dreadlord has a potential. Uh, Bottom of the Priestess of the Moon. You can change. You can address Night Owl or Scout Owl. You can address Searing Arrows. They could be totally reworked. Maybe a new spell. So Priestess of the Moon for
Mm,
and hunts for Night Elf. For undeads, I would say Dreadlord and Necromancers. For orcs, Farsight, Farsight. I don't know. I think orc units are fine. Seriously, no, they are fine. And human heroes are fine. I don't know what for human. For human is difficult to come up with something. Wait, what did I think in my ideas? Well, I don't know what for humans. It's tricky. Humans are
well,
you can help me with humans. I don't know.
no, humans I would say good enough with a lot of things. Like I think their kit is like they can basically use almost every unit, every situation, except maybe the gyros for the bomb upgrade change. I would say. Besides that, I would say it's pretty solid race on everything. For me, elf, I would say huntress should get the owl would be refreshed, like maybe 1-2 minutes, and it could be put on the trees. That would be a good idea. For bottom, it's it's hard to say because a lot of times elves hate the elf mirror with the bottoms, so you need to be also careful with that. So not become like hunts versus hunts every game. It's like also it's gonna be boring. And
Yeah.
I would say
But
for
not
scout,
make it stronger, make it different, you know?
mm,
Searing arrows is just damage, right? You
yeah,
want to have a spell that have interaction. Or owl will have some interaction.
maybe searing arrow could have, let's say, something like stupid, like let's say cut its bonus damage by a fair bit, like 75%, and let have it minus armor. On level 1, -1 armor, level 2, -2, and level 3, -3. And it would be just it's in name, like a searing arrow, so it would be that, or maybe some burning effect, so damage over time as well, like a small dot damage, like Pitlord's Rain of Fire does. Like it rains and it burns a bit the units as well after it.
Orb of Fire, right? We had Orb of Fire, that effect, sort of.
Yeah, but it was splash damage. What I'm talking about is like a dot damage. Like it hits
Okay,
it.
like
It kind of like poison, but it's not poison in a way. So
it's like pandas, right?
yeah, yeah,
Breath
pandas
of
or
Fire.
yeah, breath of fire or alchemist acid bomb, something like that. That it would do some damage over time, so you could actually have like use the bottom's arrow as well, like a dot damage over time as well. It could pretty useful as well. Uh, undead, obviously necromancer, and the heroes. I would say Criplord. I would say in a way to buff Carapace, I would say it's best maybe to give it some spell resistance in a way, like to have a bonus besides bonus armor and damage feedback is probably best also to get some spell resistance to it. So it would be like it will not be like oh you just get some armor and they can ignore. Like if it's spell resistant as somewhat, it cannot be easily nuked by human nuke. And also kinda you want retrain versus for example human. You go crippler expansion and you late game you kind of would want to retrain to impale and carapace because you don't gonna get nuked as much by holy light and stormbolt because let's say level 2 would give like I don't know 10% magic resistance extra or 15, and that's almost like a half of the wound bracers would be very strong late game versus like human nuke or something like that. It's for carapace to be used as like a way of thing. It's like only that for the retrain. Orc, I would say all the units pretty okay. Yeah, just uh heroes Farseer for sure with Farsight. I would say remove Farsight and replace some ability uh to build maybe some mini wall or something like that. I'm not sure. In
But
particular,
see, they had a campaign and they have so many quotes like my eyes are open, like seeing is believing, something
yeah,
like this.
yeah. It's just at some point it's not good enough. I would say, like of the spell for scouting because you have invisible wolves, right? So like, why would you want something else, right? It's like with the invisible wolves, you can scout the whole map, do damage right away, and Farsight becomes kind of like obsolete, like not useful one bit. Any form of gameplay, I would say, because well, you get Farsight and what? You sacrifice wolves? That's not good because then you lose damage. And if you lose damage, that's not good. Then okay, let's remove chain lightning. And then you just okay, you remove chain lightning, then you don't have AoE damage for the players as well. It's just also it's like not good. It becomes the spell that no matter what you think of, you're never gonna pick it because there's no effective use for it ever, which is funny enough is very weird for this kind of spell. He is about Farsight, but his summons does the all the work for scouting, which is it's for me it's at least very funny. It's like an intended thing by the developers that people would be using their summons to scout. So it's one of the things that, well, you cannot foresee the future, right? So
Yeah, and they thought that vision is much worth, right? Even
yeah,
Crystal Ball, it was like level 5
it,
item, then level 3. Now
yeah,
it's level 2 charged. So
yeah.
people are still selling it. Like the I don't know, you just reveal once and the rest you sell. I think most of the proper
You could
reveal.
just with now it charge has no cooldown, I believe. You just like spam it the locations you want, and after that, that's it. You don't care about it too much. I would say what it has now is probably the best change what it has currently. But besides that, it's like it's whatever, nothing special. I would, in a way, I kind of would love the game to be a bit more free for some spell changes, but because I would say the most needed changes I would be for Farseer's Farsight. It's, maybe it would have like some fairer fire effect that would be revealing around the units that Farsight affected or something for a long time or something. It's it's not something you can fix right away without like taking like a big risk and balance to fuck something over, because I don't see any use for Farsight in the game. It's you have wolves unless the map is, I don't know, like maximum size map you can have in the editor. Maybe then you can have a use for it, maybe. But it's like bunch of, gonna be probably 24 people FFA, and you don't need to scout because you'll be focusing people around you. So it's just not needed spellfully. It probably should be changed. Like, uh, if he's like a shaman, should be maybe focus on his team like earth, storm, and fire. So we have left with probably fire, because he has the lightning, he has the summons from the spirit wolves, he has the earth elemental from the earthquake. So what is left is fire, and with fire, it's I'm not sure what we could think of the ability that would be useful in the game. Maybe something to do with Farsight, or maybe some dumb version of Breath of Fire or something like that. It's hard to say. It's like very hard to do like some teams with the hero and also make a think of ability to be useful but not too broken as well.
Yeah,
It's
you cannot make it stronger than wolves and chain lightning.
yeah. It's
No,
because
his heart is already too strong. You
yeah,
don't
but it's
want.
probably gonna be broken at the start as well. Like same as like Firelord at the start when it was added, it had Incinerate as a passive ability, which made everyone then pick Incinerate always, and later on they changed it to what we got currently. And what else? I talked Elf, I talked Orc, Undead. Yeah, human is, I would just say a gyrocopter bomb should be changed. This
You
is
want it to be prioritized also,
yeah,
right? That
prioritize should be needed, because if gargoyles have it, I think it's fair to say gyros should have it as well. They can attack air and ground. There should be a choice for a player to pick attack at very least ground or air. I would say buildings as well, but it's probably too much pain in the ass for them to code or something. So
no,
let's leave it
like
simple.
having once is fine, right?
Yeah,
You take gyros and you
yeah,
click
or
one button, you switched.
yeah, or at very least to have like ability to turn on and off the bombs in the group. So kind of like a defend, you have it defend on, defend off, something like that as well. It could be also good. Just turn off the bombs fully so you don't need to worry about it. But then, of course, you would need to remember turn it on if you need to attack ground. I mean, so yeah, it's. I would say these kind of changes should be in a way needed for some heroes, but I would say the most needed ones are for the Huntress to be viable at very least at tier 3 versus Sentry Wards. Oh, I now remember what I wanted to talk about Orcus. The Sentry Wards. Like, the item version is now like 3 minutes, right? Or something like that, or 5 minutes, I believe. But,
200 seconds. It's like 3 minutes
yeah. And
or 180 or yeah, 3 minutes. It should be 3 minutes.
yeah, and the current version of Orc Witch Doctor's one, I believe, is like, what is it, like 10 minutes or
10,
10 minutes or something like that, which is it's crazy it didn't got changed with the item as well. I was thinking it was changed, but actually it was not.
no, they kept it for 10 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's quite long.
yeah, I would say it's like should be for sure nerfed because 10 minutes for a 50 mana, I'm pretty sure witch doctors can regen that much mana within a minute or less. So it's I would say it's very I would say that shit should be changed to like the same as the words were changed. Like we have the witch doctor healing word got changed, same as the item as well. But how come if we change the item, we didn't change the witch doctor's ability as well? Maybe Blizzard didn't think about it or something.
Yeah, we could, and probably we should. But
Yeah,
see, this comes back to the one detail you mentioned. You want only a few changes per race.
yeah,
And I think I talked to Moon. He said like I don't want them to be very tiny plus minus one damage changes. He
yeah,
wants something like significant. On the other hand, I think it's totally fine if there are 15 changes per race and 10 of them are very minor. Like this, um, they nerfed the site for the
the panda,
word.
the panda you're talking about.
Panda, yes, but for the witch doctor word, the first
Yeah.
one, a sentry word, they nerfed the sight range a
Ah.
little bit.
Yeah.
So in the next patch, they can nerf a little bit the time, not 10 minutes, I don't know,
Yeah.
8 minutes, right? So it's a minor change. It's a change in the right direction,
Yeah.
but it's not a significant one. So
Oh.
I'm fine if in the patch there are like some changes insignificant that are just,
Yeah.
I don't know, polish the number or just make it a little bit prettier in
Mm,
the right direction, more
yeah.
or less. And
Yeah.
there could be a few significant changes like
Yeah.
piercing damage change or
Yep.
5 minutes to orc change.
Mm,
That's a big buff for the Great Hole. I don't know
yeah.
if it was needed, frankly.
Yeah. I think it's like some changes of for I would say for Century Ward is I would say is necessary because most of the games last like 20 minutes, right? And if the word lasts one word lasts like half of the duration of the game, I would say it's like way too long. It's basically we go back to permanent words pretty much almost.
Yeah.
Because it's I would say at the very least it should be 5 minutes maximum.
I think Remo Dima had it in his notes, and if I would submit notes, it could be in the long list.
Yeah.
But
No, well, Remo has like fair bit of lists. It's like sometimes it's hard to track because you wanna watch his video because he doesn't post the document in the description of the video, so you kind of need to dig through the video to see each change in a way to read it. So it's maybe he told it, but the thing is like community is like very skeptical I would say of Remo's changes because like changes like universal cluster rockets. It,
yes, for
yeah, the Tinker. I would say
Tinker,
that.
yeah.
I think.
Universal damage.
Yeah, I think that would destroy Nidal fully. Like,
Well, some people tell him before you release your changes, talk to somebody. You have friends that are pro players,
yeah,
listen to them. And what he says, I'm what? Even though they tell me these are bad changes, I want to keep my opinion, and I kind of I don't give a
yeah. Yeah, don't, he
a
just
damn
doesn't
what
give a
they're
fuck.
telling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he's such a person, he's I think even a little bit religious.
Mm,
That might impact his character. He's not willing to change his opinion. Even lots of people telling him, "Hey, dude, you may be wrong, so you should think again."
yeah.
Well, Rimadima is like,
It is what it is. It's you cannot do much about it, but at very least, it's we can maybe see like one or two good ideas of his, but it's like very hard to say he's one of good ideas when he has a lot of bad ones. It kind of poisons the well that he's making is because like you have like a lot of bad ideas, and in a way his balanced suggestions for, I would say, for most people I talk to is like popular, just they bad. A lot of the changes are bad. Like there's one or two good changes for it, but it's not very nice. uh, it's no good way to defend his point of view when a lot of communities if sees it like very badly about it. So it's
so
kinda
that's why. Sorry, I think Don Dolores' suggestions are more well placed. I
yeah.
sometimes I also don't agree with some of
Mm,
them, but I can see his point of view where it comes from, and many of them are like I don't like them too much, but I don't dislike them. It's sort
yeah.
of like we can go with that.
Yeah.
It's an option. It's possible. Of course, I have my own ways of doing things, and I prefer
Yeah.
it more because this is my idea, or you prefer your own idea.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
let's buff torrents in my way, right? My way is the best way.
Mm,
Well, that's I don't know. That's suggestion from Dol Dolari or from some pro player. That's also possible. Why not that way? You
yeah.
can agree that maybe that way is fine as well, right?
Yeah. It's possible.
So yeah, I would rather give I don't know have some people that are more or less reasonable and I don't know have some bias but are reasonable like Don Dolari and I don't know maybe a few other people.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, even Grabby, even though he has an org bias, I can understand his reason, right? He can reason it,
Yeah.
and you can at least, again, from Grabby, you can say, okay, orc. If he says we can nerf this for orc, you can definitely know, yes, you can nerf it.
Yeah.
About orc sentry wards, he was saying you can nerf their duration. 10 minutes,
Mm,
it's a hell of
yeah.
a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So,
I would say it's like with Grubby. Uh, he's like a good example of like sometimes you can make things reasonable, but they are not reasonable. I would say Grubby is like probably the most biased orc player ever, to extent. Like how much she's asking some of the buffs for the race, I would say reaches Remo's level of
oh,
some of
maybe.
the things. Like for example, he wanted for Wind Riders Brood String upgrade, which
Well,
gives
from grunts, yes.
yeah, so it would give a lot of HP for them and also extra attack damage, which is very strong for Wind Riders. I would say it's
Well, he wanted maybe Wind Rider to be a little bit reworked, and his
mm,
idea was like it's very cool to have upgrades for several units, like
yeah,
Troll Regen. It
yeah,
works for several units. You
yeah,
upgrade your headhunters, and also you get a little bit for witch doctors and what bat riders, right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
If he
It
wants
would be
that
nice
one,
to have a brute strength that would make your grunts better, and it would help a little bit for wyverns. So works like for two units
yeah.
at once. So
Oh,
you go in the Wind Rider grunts army composition.
I see. I would say if he wants that upgrade to apply to some other unit, he could apply it against the raiders. Like they as well, basically the ground units. They based on brute strength as well, so it could benefit them as well in a way. But
Maybe.
it
Yeah.
could be dangerous because of the base laming possibilities and so on. It's like I would say currently Auric is pretty strong in general. Like
Yes. Orc is not weak.
yeah,
And many times you think of such changes and it's like it would be nice to have such change. And at the end, many times like, oh, better not to touch it. Let's leave it as
yeah,
it is, right?
yeah.
Brute strength is fine.
Yeah, the brute string is fine as it is, especially after the buffs. Like grunts have like now super a lot of HP with brute
Plus
string now.
125 HP,
As
yes. And
yeah,
now they are,
yeah, account create calls them mini mountain giants.
yeah, they are strong.
Yeah,
I truly agree.
it's it's part of the game. It's nothing we can do about that. And like some changes are needed, some are not. It's very hard to differentiate some, but I would prefer smaller changes overall because I would say we can focus on the problems we could see or some symptoms of the problems. For example, let's say a human is struggling at tier 1 versus some push, and we can have like smaller changes with something. And
I wish. I
especially
wish.
Blizzard, then Blizzard is patching now quite often. I would say it's reasonable it would be to do if they like patching each like 6 months, 4 months, 5 months. It's like I would say it would be reasonable for to ask them. You just patch a bit maybe often. You do less changes, less work for you. We happy, and it's probably the best solution for everyone. Than being stuck, let's say, for 1 year with just like mass air meta, let's say, would happen from all races. And it's just like no one likes it, no one enjoys it, and everyone just waiting when Blizzard's gonna patch it again.
Yeah.
It's
I
it
think one good patch per every half a year is good.
yeah.
And if there should be some tiny changes to help midway, it's also fine, right? You see something is overshooting or overdone. Because look, when
Mm,
you do this piercing damage change, it's like
mm,
all across the board, starting from the beginning of the game. It's early game, mid game, late game.
mm-hmm.
It's it's a significant change.
Yeah.
It's much more even significant than torrents change because torrents, for example, are tier 3 unit. Till you get to torrents, you need to play 10 minutes till that
Mm,
happens, right?
yeah.
Or whatever they buff they do for late game. Sorceress hex.
Mm-hmm.
People shouted, "That's too much! That's too much!" I mean, you never see tier 3 sorks that often in 1v1.
Yeah, it's just
And
like
whenever you get there, that's not the biggest problem you're dealing with, right?
yeah, I think it's a lot of times like some people are afraid possibility of the long game runs. Like let's say if you have enough sorceresses in theory, you could have polymorph the heroes permanently while you just holy light or stormbolt with archmage. It's
Well, maybe one fight, yes, if you somehow manage to have four or
yeah,
five sorks
yeah,
with full mana somehow hidden in your base, but they also take limit. And what, 2 seconds, 2 seconds after 10 seconds, your heroes are back and they have still full mana, and
yeah.
I don't think you want to kill
But
them.
the thing is, like 10 seconds in Warcraft 3 is very long time. It's like
Okay,
very very long. It's, and I
you can
think
run away, you can TP, you
yeah,
can do something, you
yeah. But the
can.
thing is, when you it acts like you being hexed. What I understand from the sorceress change. So it means you cannot use any of the items to escape, to heal, and your only hope is he's gonna run out of mana before you're gonna get killed or storm bolted again. Plus, a good player probably could like time like sorceress polymorph, like two polymorphs, let's say, and then bolt, wait for a couple other sorcerers to come in, polymorph again until Stormbolt is off the cooldown. You could probably do it with 4 or 5 sorceresses, maybe. Who knows? But it's like at some point people are afraid of this kind of like cheese possibility because, for example, I was afraid when I seen Bat Rider damage getting increased to be used versus casters. But my first idea is, well, then all the map hacking orcs on Battle.net, they're gonna be happy. They're gonna make even more mass bats and gonna raiding all of the bases. It's
More cheese, more.
yeah, yeah. It's
Good.
it's it's. I think it's like a lot of times some strategies people don't want to see. For example, Necro Wagon, uh, Mass Thorin, Elf is probably would be just came.
Sometimes I'm just-
I don't know, like from Elf is like much of a cheese they can do. It is effective. Maybe like some tree and rush or something like that, or Moonwell juice upgrade or something that it would be like very strong.
Some people that don't like mountain giants. I don't know why they don't.
I think for Mountain Giants, if there some of the upgrades should be cheaper, especially the resistance skin. Now that Thorin gets it for free, I would say it should be cost reduced on lumber fair bit. It's
Resistant or hardens
uh
skin?
I forgot which one does the makes you not able to get eaten by the
Resistant
Kodo.
skin that stops the spell,
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
decreases spell duration, and hardened skin it's like reduces damage.
yeah. And then resistance skin. I think that one should be cheaper for Mountain Giants, especially now that Thorin gets it for free. Basically, no research time, nothing.
It's very cheap.
Yeah.
Uh, Let me check. It's mountain giant. It's cost like 50 gold and 100 lumber.
Yeah, that's why I told lower on lumber because self struggling with lumber, and they complain about it a lot. Let's just cut it like I don't know by 50 lumber, 75 lumber, and make it like pretty cheap upgrade because well, Thorin gets it for free. Well, you pay like a bit more gold and some wood and you get it like, as well. So it's gonna be good as well. Plus, also, you need to have in mind also the research time as well, because at that time you cannot even build any units, and
Yeah,
it's currently it's 50 seconds, which is pretty long. Oh no, it's
40 seconds for
oh
hardened skin and 75 seconds for
uh,
resistant skin. I
sorry,
agree.
sorry, I was looking at the build time for the mountain giant. Where's the
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, resistance skin 75 seconds. It's
that's too much.
yeah,
I
it's too
agree.
much. Plus,
I told Dondo about that, but he didn't want to introduce this change into the list.
I know why. Because yes, having the like the army veterans who have like PSDD like from the war times, Dondo having like memories from mass mountain giants versus human.
Yeah, so
He's afraid of these dark times coming back. Yeah.
no, meta has changed, so they should not be
Yeah.
against.
Yeah, plus it doesn't affect their main thing like the resistance skin. I would say it's like it's finally to give resistance skin like buffs for elf because well Torrens gets it for free. Like make elves pay less lumber for it and cut the research time by, I don't know, like 40 seconds or something, it would be reasonable, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. And like talking about Dondo, how much of game balance you believe should be based on numbers alone?
Numbers alone.
Yeah. So it's like how you like to do like base your facts way it should be happening based on numbers, like how you did with the Night of Gather Speed, and you told it would be too much because Night of getting too much wood that amount of time and so on. Like how much of the balance you think you should be based on calculations alone?
Well, I think, well, such changes should be incremental. I was not against lumber buff for night elves, but I think 7 to 8 was a big jump. So if I would do it, I would do it 7 to 7.5, see how
Mm-hmm.
it goes. And then if needed, you add more. So what I didn't like from Blizzard last patch,
Mm-hmm.
that they make huge steps instead of
Yeah.
making two small steps or one
Mm-hmm.
small step and see what's going on, then maybe another one.
Mm-hmm.
They make one big and then they revert back partially, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I would think it should be done by the numbers. And most of the changes should be what? 10%, what? 20, well, 15% at most. They should be, the magnitude should not be big one.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Rima Demos suggests his change, it could be like a 50% buff. And like
Yeah.
people saying, do you really mean that? Or it's just a joke?
Yeah.
So even with piercing damage, right? They made it at 10%. That's
Yeah.
already significant.
Yeah.
I think it should be done by the numbers. Magnitude should be managed in some more or less corridor. So if you aim to nerf or buff something, make it maybe better two smaller changes in two consecutive patches than one big
Yeah.
change. And but sometimes you can also look at what people are talking. And as you said, there is like top players. They have one meta, and there is like a community. There is another meta, and if community is really are not happy about headhunters,
Yeah.
like all three races are complaining, or all three races are complaining about Pala rifle, you should start nerfing
Yeah.
that strategy because it's unhealthy for the game.
Mm. Okay. If you would have to put it on percentage wise, like how much you would say you need to base Warcraft rebalance on numbers, like how much, like 10%, 20%, 30, 40.
I would do 80%, a lot on numbers, right? If you have good stats, good people that are looking at it,
Yeah.
like, I don't know, statistician who is there?
Uh,
Toxi, Dondalaris,
mm,
they have an idea how to do stats well. So they have certain statistics, hopefully clean, hopefully enough data set of numbers to process so they can give some suggestions or
yeah.
Blizzard can have some ideas based on that.
Yeah.
How many players are playing each race? How many players are in, I don't know, in top 50? That's an indicator of something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I think it's
Yeah,
also,
80, I would say 80%. Yeah.
I would say it's probably the best to have it like 65, 50, 60 or 50% because a lot of times those numbers will have like, you cannot have like some numbers would be in the vacuum of some matchups. Some could be completely different. You also need to have in mind like player errors as well. So it could be like, let's say Happy didn't sleep like for 2 days before and he loses all the series that day. The next day he rests and he destroys everyone as well. It's very
Yeah. So
hard. It's hard
you
to do with
cannot
numbers.
no, you cannot pick one or two games, right?
Yeah,
Or like account create, he can handpick data very well.
yeah,
He can say, oh, look, in this tournament, Night Elves
yeah,
are doing bad, but look, there are other tournaments, or I can show you another data that proves that Night Elves are not
yeah. Yes, like
doing
what?
that poorly.
Yeah, but there's also argument like from Todd would be using before is the winnings of the race as well.
The winnings, yes. So you can come up with your own way of doing statistics,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Which could benefit certain race, right?
yeah.
Let's nerf that my race should be buffed and the other races should be nerfed.
Yeah. I think it's when you do numbers, you also need to account for basically a human error. There's human error in the calculation, could be human error in people playing versus each other as well. It's bound to happen. No one is perfect. No one is a robot. For now, we don't have anyone dodging holy lights with invul potions currently. So we're still far away from being on the computer level. So
Yeah, nice.
yeah,
So yeah,
it's I would say with numbers, it's fine to have like ground based numbers, but we also need sometimes take some risks at some points. If it's, let's say you if you would ask like other three races for elf lumber, and they would say, is 7 gather speed is okay and should we keep it? If all three would say let them keep it, I would say it's reasonable because they probably know they're gonna be harassing the wisp either way. There's gonna be downtime, there's buildings, there's probably gonna be also the like wisp that detonates as well for the summons if there's a rush or something. This also could be open new possibilities for elves to play new strategies because at that certain point of the game they would be missing lumber. And I'm interested to see that Kahu is playing three heroes for the longest time. Elf was just two hero race. Like you always have only two heroes, you never see a third hero. And seeing
yeah.
like bottom third is something new.
If I don't know, I think Night Elf has strong heroes enough, so maybe give some buffs to their units, not dryads, not bears, but other units.
Yeah.
Then the race would be fine, or
I would
something.
I would say it's like I think it's like a good thing that also able to play a third hero. I would say there's like because it sometimes it feels annoying because you see other three races able to play triple hero, but as night elf you see night elf always two heroes, and I wonder if that lumber change actually could be helping to for us to see more third heroes from night elf, for example, like
Yeah, they can go for tier 3 faster. They can build lords, go
yeah,
for tier 3. They have enough. And the timing is faster. So I think,
yeah,
yeah, that's nice.
yeah,
Unfortunately, Night Elf doesn't play tier 2 expo that anymore that much because
yeah,
top undeads are just don't give them that chance to build that expo. And I don't know if there should be changes made, but that play is no longer seen.
yeah. It's hard to do everything perfectly. It's just I would say it's nice to see it. It's like a breath of fresh air seeing elf to play a third hero. It could be
Mhm.
like that's why it could be. I think Kaho's using like True Shot and Scout Owl, I believe, like with his third hero. I'm not sure. I didn't watch too many games, but also kind of solves the bottom's problem not being used. Maybe her role all along was to be the third hero for Elf, not as the third or second hero. It's like the third hero is like the best one for them, maybe, and they were just lacking lumber for for the third hero, because a lot of times it's about the momentum. And let's say for undead, if you delay your third hero too long, at some point you don't have enough creeps left over in the map to get XP for the hero, so it becomes lackluster. And for bottom, it's pretty decent hero if you have like triple orb, you have true shot, so if you have dries, they benefit extra damage as well.
Yeah.
And you have scout owl to scout for the expansions without risking your demon hunter or wisps or scouting like some pushes or something. It could be it's a good change, I would say. The lumber gathering well, it's still nice. It's good enough that Kaho still, I think last time I saw him like play, he still played bottom third, I believe. I think it was versus some human player. I don't remember who. It's nice that Elf's able to play finally like some third hero as well.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Good. Death Knight. I'm gonna go probably soon. So if you have any list of changes, I would
Mm-hmm.
be glad to look at it, to read it, maybe learn from it as well.
Yeah.
So please send them whenever it's ready. Yeah, maybe you have Razormoon and or Bizarre help you,
Yeah.
or you guys agree on it together. That would be interesting. It's not for me; it's just for you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe one day you can show it somewhere and even
Yeah.
post it on Reddit and let people read it
Mm.
too.
Yeah.
And these devs may read it too and take notes from you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I can do it like over time. Like it's maybe a week or two would take. It's just
Yeah.
I would try to put just like I would say just needed changes and nothing like too small bits like one damage buff or something and so on. I would say just like add something would be needed. Like
Yeah. And also you can send it to Don Dolari. I mean, he, even though he says he doesn't want to do it anymore sometimes, but I'm sure he would be happy to know your opinion.
yeah, it's maybe who knows. And could I ask you quick few questions off topic if that would be fine?
Sure, sure,
Oh,
sure, yes.
what do you think if Warcraft 3 esports implemented more sponsorships from like gambling companies or something like that to make it that Warcraft 3 able to make more land events or bigger tournaments or something like that? Because apparently one of the bigger industry companies started to accept gambling sponsorships because sadly esports not very profitable with sponsors overall. So
Mhm.
and probably the future is gonna be gambling money or some ads for I don't know OnlyFans or Fansly, whatever. It's like
Like XBet. I know there are
it's
some, but
it's
Russian.
it's like X1. Um, there's Stake. It's there's fair bit of companies, and the thing is, they pay a lot of I hear like a lot of good money for sponsorships. Would you think it's a good idea would be for Warcraft 3 to implement it to their tournaments in the future?
Uh, why not? I don't know. People would gamble anyway. They will find ways. I think it's okay. I would rather see Blizzard. I mean, they are just helpless somehow. They don't do anything because they could monetize the game, as you said,
Yeah,
better. They could. I think if there would be a monthly subscription, most of the player base can pay it, or some
yeah,
other. If you want some skins, you pay for skins. If you want some, I don't
yeah,
know, a way for people to monetize it
yeah.
and for them to monetize it, I think there are many avenues for that.
I think for
So that
monetization, Blizzard should just copy what NetEase is not that NetEase that KK is doing. It's basically the most perfect and user-friendly, I think, model to have money. And it's probably somewhat profitable as well, because they would be selling some skins. I remember at NetEase for some custom maps. There would be profile pictures, emotes, and probably some other things that I was not even aware. So it would,
Yeah.
and it doesn't interact with the gameplay. People don't need to pay consistently, which makes people also play the game currently. And they probably gonna have, like, in a way, subscription is gonna be maybe some money from Game Pass in Xbox in the future as well.
Yeah, other games they can advertise other games, and maybe Warcraft 3 can be advertised on other
Yeah,
platforms. That would bring new people in
yeah.
and create some other
Something,
for.
yeah, something like what Grubby did. It was like the biggest spotlight I think the game had in a very long time. It's
Yes,
probably
that's
since the biggest spotlight since the game's launch.
yes, I think. And look, Blizzard, if they want, they could make a new big patch, just introduce one more tavern hero.
Mm,
I don't know, some other little perks. Here you have a new game, you sell it for $5 or $10, everyone. You have a new game.
yeah.
Or
But I would say it's like selling heroes is like slippery slope, because at
uh,
some point they will be financially interested to make the heroes they sell broken at the start much as possible. It's
no, not selling the hero. Introduce a tavern hero. We have
ah
8 tavern heroes. Introduce a ninth one, right?
mm-hmm,
Or you introduce. It's sort of like Frozen Throne, right? That was
yeah,
a add-on, right?
yeah,
You make a new add-on. You maybe introduce one more item, one
yeah.
more permanent item, one more charged item, or something.
I think the best one probably would be the new hero, and it probably should be some melee champion, because we have enough range ones and they're being used consistently. So maybe like some melee one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe some inspired from World of Warcraft lore, or something from other units. Maybe some ogre or something.
yeah, there is space. They can even introduce a new hero for every race. That's a lot of work to do, and they should design it well.
Yeah.
But for sure, there are even Hive Me League contests for new heroes. They even have heroes for every race. Like they
Mm,
have Zul'jin for Orc.
mm,
I've heard ideas about like uh, what was the campaign guy? A knight, pretty much a knight.
the Gyarados.
Gyarados. They ultimate. They can make a knight footman becomes a knight. That could be an
Mm,
ultimate,
mm,
right? They can have like a new aura, speed aura
yeah.
for human, for example. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of
Knight of
possible changes.
yeah, they can do that. I think it's possible. If they want, they can do this, and
Yeah. Yeah.
people will buy this.
Yeah. For sure, people are gonna buy something like that. It's gonna be useful, and it's just it's a lot of times how you gonna balance it decently, so it's not gonna be destroying the game actively, which is I would say is very hard to do. And
Yeah, maybe it should not be that, but let's say a small add-on with a new tavern hero.
yeah,
It's not gonna break the game, right? You introduce a tavern hero, and
yeah,
people will just try it, and then maybe a few perks for each race, and that's it. You can
hmm,
sell it for 10, $20.
yeah, it probably would be possible. It's it's I just would want the game to stick. If selling something, it would be just for skins and other stuff like NetEase did, and nothing that could affect gameplay. It's it's nothing like the skin that makes the hero more like invisible in some terrain or some other nonsense like that. That would be I would say very
Yeah,
destructive
you
for the
don't want to
gameplay.
ruin the beauty of the game. I
Yeah.
agree with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, yeah, it's very hard to do this kind of changes consistently.
You don't want Dota 2 that is adding two heroes every 2 years or something, a hero
Mm.
every year, and tons of items. Now they have, well, I don't play Dota 2, but I know they
Yeah.
expanded a lot.
Mm. Yeah, it's. I think the hero element is like very special for the game. Is I think Blizzard should keep focus on it and advertise it about the heroes as well, and not just it's RTS. They should also advertise RTS with heroes and so on. Because most
Mhm.
people would just say RTS would probably think something like Age of Empires, which is like, okay, you just mass units and wall off into some corner or something and wait until you die or the guy who dies. It's not very attractive to some people. Then fantasy, you can have your own hero and it could be very strong later on in the game. I think that
Mhm.
kind of fantasy is more appealing to most people than normal RTSs that made Warcraft 3 stand out overall.
Yeah, yeah.
And okay, I'm gonna give you last question so you can go sleep finally. And how much actually back to Warcraft team is getting feedback from the pro players? Because as a player, like I can say myself, yes, I talked to Lynn yesterday, and Lynn told nerf elf to the ground. That's what we need to do. It's like, is there a way uh, you can the team can prove it or say which players they actually take able to take feedback from consistently? Because I remember Loliad was unhappy with some of the balance suggestions. I forgot it was from Neo or someone else.
Look, I don't know, back to Warcraft. I don't think Neo does this because he's a caster and
Yeah,
he has lots of other things to do. Carson is not doing this. Remo Demo, he lives in his own
yeah,
world, balanced world. So I can tell you about Don Dollar and me.
yeah.
We
It's
were trying to reach certain people.
yeah, as like I say, as back to Warcraft stream because it's like in a way back to Warcraft is advertising your ideas for the
Uh-huh,
balance changes you're and done those. In a
uh-huh.
way, I would say that reflects in a way what back to Warcraft themselves want to get changed as well. In a way, that's why
Yes,
I
true.
call it back to Warcraft Steam because in a way, you're in it. You show up the streams each time about balance. You talk with the Neo about having discussions. You show your ideas, and the people,
Yeah.
for example, like who on Reddit, Belnet forums, they don't have this kind of chance. They're not able to do that kind of stuff, and that's why I put kind of like each time I say back to Warcraft Steam, I also have in mind you and Dondolari there, like balancing committee or something for back to Warcraft in a way like that.
Okay. Yeah. Let's say this way. What did we do? We tried to reach certain people. I was trying to reach more like Russian speaking side of community. I was trying to reach Sheik,
Mm-hmm.
TGW when he was alive. He was helping me.
Mm-hmm.
Inspired, Starbuck.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dondo is also reaching out to certain players. Pato, Starbuck as well. I don't know, some other players that he knows.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we asked Starbuck to give a questionnaire to pro players that were in Dubai. I think there were like 16 or 8 players there.
Mm-hmm.
So Korean players Sok, Soyen, Lolayat, maybe someone from Korea, from China. I don't remember. They
Mm-hmm.
they left their feedback.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to gather it and have something like a midway, something in between. Of course, I don't know, there is something that comes from us, but Dondo stops most of my ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I stop some of the Dondolaris ideas that he wants to introduce. I
Mm-hmm.
think, well, he wanted to really nerf ghouls and ghoul timings, and I say, Dondo, let's not let's not push on that too much. He
That's
was
a
really into that, for example, right? So
that's a very bad human player.
yes. So at least we try to agree between
Yeah.
two of us, which is already not easy.
Yeah.
Plus, we were basing on some feedback that we got from pro players. So we also try to put whatever I want certain things, and Dondo says this is not balance related. Let's not place it. Or
Mm.
Dondo wanted to nerf orc towers
Mm.
because Hitman plays Blade Master, you know, reinforced towers. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, look, this is Hitman. It has nothing to do with 1v1 pro
Yeah.
play. Don't touch the towers. No, and after a few conversations, he said, okay, let's not put this. So
Yeah.
we tried to find something like a version of a balanced list
Mm-hmm.
that we more or less agree on and that reflects some of the pro players' views in between.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be perfect, but at least it went through some one or two discussions or polishes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that list is better than Remo Demo's list in
Mm-hmm.
terms of for balance.
Mm-hmm.
It might not be that exciting in terms of different play style to bring. We don't say let's give hippo riders poison, right?
Yeah.
We don't introduce any new crazy ideas. We just
Yeah.
like, okay, let's chop goals a little bit. Let's buff, I don't know, defend, or I'm just making it up, but
Yeah.
sort of like that. So that was the what we did, and I'm not sure if Dondo wants to do it again.
Yeah.
He's tired of people bothering him that he's not doing a good thing.
Well, it's part of balanced discussions. Everyone gets attacked, a country gets attacked, everyone gets attacked. It's part of Warcraft 3 and other communities as well. So
Yeah.
it's nothing you can change too much. But
Well, you can imagine a dude tried hard, tried his best. I mean,
yeah.
you can see the well he explains it. Maybe you disagree with him, but he has certain explanation
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, like
And
I think everyone has their own explanation what everything should be changed based on. It's just like a big difference is like how good it would be actually in practice, like a lot of things. Like we cannot see the future what it could be with that. It's like it's just a guess and a lot of people sometimes don't want to take a risk on some things. It's just
yeah.
normal things. And talking about Hitman, he likes to make some people really suffer. I think he's now with playing human now. He told the
Uh-huh.
undead sucks and he doesn't want to play it. So he's playing, I think, human and he plays versus elf, some sort of
I think
tinker tower rush.
yes.
Yeah, and I seen in Discord, I think it was Pato that told he doesn't know how to beat it.
Yeah, I think
Like,
Jan said it's so powerful. He said he played like 20 games. It's so OP. Yes,
yeah, it was
which
like,
makes sense. They buffed Footman
yeah, it's,
when they do the piercing. Sorry, damage change.
yeah,
It, it they want more melee units in the late game, but melee units are totally balanced in the early game. They are
yeah,
strong in the early game. So I don't know, with one change they are trying to balancing everything and it's could
yeah.
be too rough
I,
in some match.
I think it's also the problem with the some melee units because all the melee units from other races versus self cost only gold and for elf it costs lumber. So in a way it's also harder for them to defend because they want that second hero as well to help to defend, which is it's like hard to dance around with all of the balance. It's it is what
Well,
it
wait.
is.
For Tinker, you won't get that hero in time, right? Tinker, does he run with 3 towers immediately, or he just pumps lots of footmen with the Tinker?
I didn't look any of his of Hitman's replays about that. I was like,
Uh,
I hear it and I already imagine what kind of nonsense it's gonna be. It's just like it makes me smile. Like each time Hitman starts the off race with a race, his goal is probably not to win. It's just to make the other players suffer. That's it.
Suffer.
It's like I think he's just trying to have fun with the game, and that's I think his main goal. And maybe that's why he's not playing any cups, anything like that. Because to be honest, like well, he's pretty good shape if he can beat Pato consistently, and probably he's fighting Starbuck on Champions Ladder and so on. I would say he's probably good enough shape if he wanted to probably could play versus the pro players again.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. His decision.
Yeah,
I,
his
w- I
choice.
would like every player to come back and play Warcraft 3.
Yeah, this would be
Hitman,
nice.
Foggy, Lukail, or everyone.
Yeah,
Grubby, Todd, no matter how poison or toxic they are, they
yeah,
can just play the game and
yeah.
you mute them. You play with a race against the race.
Yeah, it's at the very least they playing the game still interested in the game. It's not like they play the game, they quit, and that's it. And it's kind of like some patches we would see like some random older tier pro players come back after like some very big changes for the race buffs, like Matrock come back for undead patch. American player, I think it was DC or something else. His name was. He
Uh-huh.
on the keeper patch. He come up very high. The moment the patches would be fixed about that, these players would disappear, like never to be seen again, pretty much. Which is it's hard to say. It's just like they come just for the winnings or something else happened that they cannot play the game as much. It's sometimes interesting, like why some players quit the game, and I think that's also a key to find out how to fix the game to make the new players play it again. It's to get the people that quit at the very least maybe say some reasons about the game why they quit. Maybe to help us to get the new players to play the game as well, or something like that.
Well, people quit because it's a game and you have to do things in real life. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know, Wado, he got a baby, and
yeah,
once he got a baby, he has to be with the family. He cannot goof around, or I don't know.
yeah.
Why did, what was this North American player, Undead?
In sub. Well,
Insub, right?
yeah,
I don't know why he quit. Was it like some conflict with Stoxy? He got banned or something, but
I'm not sure.
at some point people realized that there are more important things than Warcraft
Yeah,
in life.
it's sometimes would be nice to know if it's just because of the game or something else
No,
that
something else. You have to, I don't know, make a living. You have to do other things,
yeah,
and you just cannot play it every day like they play it.
yeah,
Imagine, I don't know, I don't play the game, but imagine somebody playing every game. That's a lot of time
yeah.
commitment.
Yeah, it's hard to say a lot of times. I would say it's like, what are the reasons that people would be quitting? Like sometimes it could be reasonable, sometimes it's not, and it's a lot of times some people just not gonna say it, and we need to figure out how to fix some problems to make that some new upcoming happy would stay the game and he would not quit it. I think it's like the hardest part for the community to figure it out because let's be honest, Blizzard's not gonna figure it out by themselves. So I don't think it's gonna happen ever. So
Man, I hope they really open some communication channels. So,
yeah,
I don't know, back to Warcraft, Neo, whoever, Grubby, you,
yeah,
me, or they could tell them, hey guys, just make good servers. I don't know, make a good,
yeah, yeah,
well, make sure the game runs well, and then we let's improve this and that, and
yeah, for sure. That's
we work on it. In a few years, it could be like polished, so good. But
yeah, yeah. It's hard to say as well, like how much they can polish and how much time. We don't know even know how many people working. Before we knew, it was only one janitor working on the game, but apparently now there's more people working on the game. So it's it's also would be nice to know how much actual change is gonna be happening in the future. How much so they're expecting to support the game with patches and so on. It would be nice to know. Yeah.
good, tough night. Text me, we can chat some other day. I'll gladly chat and
Yeah,
yeah.
sure. Like you can do the same for me. It's like a lot of times I would forget some things, like a bit scatterbrained because I would think about one thing, then I think of something new, I forget the whole thing that I need to do, and so on. and uh,
Okay.
and at any conversation like this, no matter how biased I would be towards some topic, I try to be most possible, much as I can reasonable with anyone to give them fair chance. Because I did got the warning that it would be very hard to talk to you about balance, but it was reasonable, I would say. It was okay. So
I don't know who gave you such warning. Yeah,
no, no worries. I'm gonna keep that secret to my grave.
no, keep it safe.
Yeah.
Good. If you want to talk more about things, you can text me and we can chat here
Yeah.
about balance.
Yeah. You
But
can.
as I'm saying, I don't think my opinion matters or influences much what's going on.
I would say it influences just based on your creep suggestions file. It was a lot of changes were done from that file, I'm pretty sure. And I would say that pretty much prove you do have some influence in the balance scene to extent.
I don't know where they got that file. I think
Uh,
Neo sent it somewhere or Don Dolari sent it somewhere.
I believe it was linked in one of the Back to Warcraft videos because
Yes.
I was the Death Reaper that Todd sent to look who did the changes. I guess you remember the chart.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
There,
Dondo
yes, yes.
complained, oh, why I was not there? Well, because I was lazy to each time to make everyone's new face. Okay, this is the saveorcas. We need now. Oh, we need to check now each time the dollar I stole something. I was going insane then with the reading all the changes I seen. Like most silly ones, like I think the most silly one was shade change that it would sacrifice itself and make units invisible or something like that.
Yes, yes.
Which I would say it could be problematic to extent later on. It's just like I would say some units don't need to be changed. Like I would say shade is one of those units that they good as they get and they don't need to be changed, nerfed or something. It's just like you need to get a special building for them. They invisible consistently, and I would say no changes needed. Like even their vision range buff, even the smallest bit, would be like too much. I would say the unit is already very good. Like
Yeah. So you don't like the idea that shade, what it's called, uh, and I forgot what's this ability, but it pretty much makes something invisible.
yeah, it's I would just leave. I would say like the units should be not touched by, let's say, unit values or HP values or anything like that. I would say from undead is fiends, shade. Uh, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like those two units like solid enough that I would say the like kind of like in a way like perfect balance. I would say for fiend because they have right enough amount of HP. I would say right amount of damage, right amount of attack speed. It's like the clunky, but if they would be not clunky, then everyone would be messing more fiends because they can maneuver their like rifles. It kind of makes the unit have its place enough that doesn't feel it's like too strong, doesn't feel like too weak, especially when they fix the borrow bug where if you borrow you reset the web cooldown. So that was fixed. So it's like I would say the unit is fine. It's like nothing to be changed. Something the same as with the shade. It's like you need separate building for it. It's permanently invisible. It costs one food and it's get best as you can get. It's just like you would not get because like sometimes you don't have enough time to get the shade because if it's 20-minute game, the map is a bit small. There's not much reason to get the shade a lot of times because you're probably tracking it with skeleton scouts. Already you know there's an expansion. You're gonna push the expansion. If you win, and that's it. It's more for bigger maps like Twisted Meadows or maps with many gold mines to track it. That's very
Or again,
useful.
yes, I see Happy using it against Blade and against Orc. Well, that ability for Shade, it's not like only me liked it. It was liked by several people, and it doesn't take anything from the shade. It's not like we're removing something from the shade. We
Yeah,
just give the option for it to make a unit invisible. So usually shade, if it's revealed, it dies.
yeah,
And sometimes you bring it back to your army. Maybe you want to use it in some other way. So maybe you make one of your heroes invisible before the fight and you start the fight.
yeah.
Like,
I think it just would be too strong, in some situations because you know how the TC invisibility pot is strong with Storm. It could be very
yeah,
strong with, let's say, DK Lich Nuke. Like you go behind the back and you target the weakest hero. You see which one doesn't have the protective items, and you just kill it. It's I would
well,
say
you need two shades for that. You need to do the sacrificial pit, and
yeah, but it's
it's not
still
free. And the second thing, you can reveal them, right? It's not like
yeah, but
you see there is a shade there, you will be prepared for shades anyway
yeah,
to
but
have a
it's
reveal.
very hard to counteract something that is hard to expect because at some points in the game, if you let's say you kill one of the main heroes, let's say DK and Lich combo can sometimes almost kill instantly Archmage, right? If they pop out invisible very quickly and they're able to kill Archmage pretty quick, let's say you sacrifice 3 shades to use right away. Let's say Impale, Nova, Coil. Archmage is dead. You could start fighting with your army and the human will lose instantly because he lost the main hero. Mountain King doesn't have the mana regen aura, and the game is kind of like already would be settled in a way because it's to sacrifice 3 food for a level 4 hero is always gonna be worth it, and it would be very problematic with some
Yeah,
place.
strong. Maybe it's too strong. Maybe it should be limited to only units.
Uh,
Yeah, or not introduced at all, as you say. It
it's
was just it's just an idea that people can
yeah, yeah,
consider. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea. It's just maybe yes, it could be too strong, and we should just move
yeah.
on.
Oh,
It wasn't considered.
I would say it's just for the best. I would say just have everything. Some units should not be changed because if they're not being used as much, because sometimes units have special roles in special situations. Like Shade is good for later games to track multiple expansions. It's probably its best use and deny expansions of building by a bit extra a few seconds for the push or something.
Well, look, I'm with you. See, you
Mm.
don't want Shade to be changed. Some
Yeah,
people don't want Necromancer to be changed.
yeah,
Some people don't want Huntress to be changed. On the other hand, you have other people who want to see something new in the game, right? Why
yeah.
do we play the same game again and again? Like Neo shouts, let's introduce new items, let's introduce something new, let's
Mm.
have fun in his sense of having fun.
I,
For you, it's not fun.
yeah,
For somebody else, it could be fun. So it's really Death Knight.
yes. I would say
I
if
can hear you. I may agree with you, but you can see the point.
yeah, I see.
Some people are more conservative. Some people want
Yeah,
demand changes.
I like.
It's up to Blizzard.
Yes, I would say if Neo
Oh,
wants more changes, for the items, I would say just have one map with artifact level items and see how the players respond. And I would say treat that map with most care. If players say, let's say, the creeps are don't give enough good reward, like let's say around the base to be worth it, I would say try to change that map best as possible. So I would say the map will have best response from all the players, and you could see from the pro players if then they gonna eat a bit and if they gonna like it or not. Because I think I think Lin would be just clapping his hands, seeing artifact level items in there, and hoping for Mask of Death. He's gonna be like so happy, and Happy is
yes,
not
they
gonna be
must.
so happy then.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah,
Good, good Death Knight.
yeah,
So I'll say goodbye
yeah.
and
See ya.
we'll chat more. Bye.
Yeah, we're probably gonna chat after I'm gonna send the list if you're gonna have some questions or something. Because I think
Definitely.
it's
Okay.
just I could do it like probably in 1 week by myself, so it should be
No
not that
rush.
long.
Whenever it's ready.
No,
Yes.
no worries. I got like 2 hours ride to work with the train each time, so I have a lot of time on the train to think.
Nice, nice. Okay.
Okay then,
See ya.
see ya.
Bye.